Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. The Appalachian Mountains stretched endlessly before me, their ancient peaks cutting sharp silhouettes against the dying light of dusk. I had volunteered for the night watch at Camp Whisperwind, partly because I needed the extra pay and partly because I wanted to prove to myself that I could handle the isolation. At 22, I was one of the older counselors, and the younger staff looked up to me. I couldn't let them see any weakness. The camp nestled in a valley between two ridges, surrounded by dense forest that had stood untouched for centuries. During the day, it was beautiful, sunlight filtering through the canopy, birds calling from hidden branches, streams babbling over smooth stones. But as darkness fell, the woods transformed into something altogether different, something that made my skin crawl with an unnamed dread. I adjusted the heavy flashlight in my belt and pulled my jacket tighter against the cool mountain air. The temperature dropped quickly once the sun disappeared behind the peaks, and fog began to creep up from the valley floor. My breath came out in small puffs as I made my first circuit around the sleeping cabins, checking doors and windows, ensuring all the children were safely inside. The beam of my flashlight swept across the familiar landmarks, the flagpole, the fire pit still smoldering from evening activities, the tool shed where we kept the maintenance equipment. Everything looked normal, peaceful even. But there was something in the air tonight, a tension that made the hair on my arms stand up. The usual night sounds seemed muted, as if the forest itself was holding back, waiting for something to happen. I had been working at the camp for 3 summers now, and I knew these woods like the back of my hand. Every trail, every clearing, every dangerous drop-off that could swallow an unwary hiker. I had guided countless nature walks, led overnight camping trips, and spent hundreds of hours in these mountains. But tonight felt different. Tonight, I felt like prey. The first hour passed without incident. I completed my rounds, checked in with the camp director via radio, and settled into what I hoped would be a quiet night. The children were all accounted for, sleeping soundly in their bunks, dreams filled with tomorrow's planned activities. Hiking, swimming in the lake, roasting marshmallows around the campfire. Simple pleasures that seemed a world away from the growing unease that gnawed at my stomach. I decided to extend my patrol beyond the immediate camp area, following the main trail that led deeper into the forest. The beam of my flashlight bobbed ahead of me, illuminating twisted tree roots and fallen branches that could trip an unwary walker. The fog was getting thicker, creating strange shapes and shadows that danced at the edge of my vision. More than once I found myself spinning around, certain I had seen movement behind me, only to find empty air and swirling mist. That's when I first heard it, a sound that didn't belong in these mountains. It started as a low rumble, almost like distant thunder, but it had a quality that thunder never possessed. It was organic, alive, and it came from somewhere ahead of me on the trail. I stopped walking, my hand instinctively moving to the radio on my belt. The sound came again, closer this time, and I realized it was breathing. Deep, labored breathing, as if something large was exerting itself just beyond the reach of my light. My mouth went dry, and I fought the urge to call out. Every instinct told me to remain silent, to not announce my presence to whatever was out there. I stood perfectly still, straining to hear over the thundering of my own heart. The breathing continued for several more seconds, then stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was worse than the sound itself, a pregnant quiet that seemed to press against my eardrums like a physical weight. I began to back away slowly, keeping my flashlight pointed ahead but trying not to make any sudden movements. My foot caught on a root, and I stumbled slightly, the beam of my light wavering. In that brief moment of unsteady illumination, I saw something that made my stomach clench with terror. Eyes. 2 glowing points of light reflecting back at me from the darkness, set wide apart and positioned at least 7 feet off the ground. The eyes stared at me with an intelligence that was deeply unsettling. They weren't the simple, startled gaze of a deer or the predatory focus of a mountain lion. These eyes held something closer to malicious intent, a calculating awareness that suggested whatever owned them was studying me, learning my weaknesses, planning its next move. I remained frozen, not daring to breathe, as we regarded each other across the fog-shrouded distance. Slowly, carefully, I reached for my radio without taking my eyes off those twin points of light. My fingers fumbled with the controls, and I pressed the talk button with a trembling thumb. "Base camp, this is Night Patrol," I whispered into the device. "I need immediate backup at grid reference 77 Alpha. I have a situation here." Static crackled from the radio, followed by the sleepy voice of Tom, the assistant director who was manning the communications desk. "Copy that, Night Patrol. What's the nature of your situation? Over." I wanted to tell him about the eyes, about the breathing, about the wrongness that permeated the air around me. But how could I explain that I was being watched by something that defied easy categorization? How could I make him understand the terror that was slowly spreading through my chest like ice water in my veins? "Large animal," I finally managed to whisper. "Aggressive behavior. Send someone with a weapon." The eyes blinked once, slowly, deliberately. Then they began to move. Not side to side, as they would if the creature was turning its head, but up and down, as if whatever I was looking at was rising to its full height. The realization hit me like a physical blow. I wasn't looking at an animal standing on 4 legs. I was looking at something bipedal, something that stood upright like a human, but was far too tall to be any person I had ever encountered. My flashlight began to shake in my hand, the beam wavering wildly as my arm trembled with fear. The movement of the light seemed to agitate the creature, and it let out a sound that will haunt my nightmares for the rest of my life. It started as a low growl, deep and rumbling, but quickly escalated into something resembling a human scream, mixed with the roar of an enraged bear. The sound echoed off the mountainsides, bouncing back and forth between the ridges until it seemed to come from everywhere at once. I turned and ran. Behind me, I heard the crash of something large moving through the underbrush, breaking branches and trampling vegetation with frightening speed. Whatever was chasing me wasn't bound by the same limitations that slowed my own progress through the dense forest. While I had to navigate around trees and over fallen logs, dodging low-hanging branches and avoiding holes that could twist an ankle, my pursuer seemed to move in a straight line, as if the obstacles that hindered me were merely inconveniences to be swept aside. My lungs burned as I gasped for air in the thin mountain atmosphere. The camp was at nearly 6,000 feet elevation, and the sudden burst of adrenaline-fueled activity left me lightheaded and desperate for oxygen. I could taste copper in my mouth, and my legs felt like they were made of lead. But the sounds behind me kept me moving, kept me pushing forward despite the protests of my exhausted body. The trail twisted and turned through the forest, following the natural contours of the mountainside. In daylight, it was an easy walk that provided spectacular views of the valley below. But in the darkness, with fog obscuring familiar landmarks and terror clouding my judgment, it became a treacherous maze of potential disasters. I nearly ran off a cliff face when the trail took an unexpected turn, catching myself at the last second as loose gravel scattered into the void below. My radio crackled to life, Tom's voice sounding tinny and distant through the static. "Night Patrol, what's your current location? We have 2 Rangers en route to Grid 77 Alpha, but they need to know where you are now." I tried to respond, but my breathing was too ragged to form coherent words. The best I could manage was a series of gasping sounds that probably didn't communicate much useful information. Behind me, the crashing sounds were getting closer. Whatever was following me was gaining ground, and I was beginning to realize that I might not make it back to camp before it caught up with me. That's when I remembered the old fire tower. About a quarter-mile ahead, if I was reading the terrain correctly, stood an abandoned Forest Service lookout tower. It had been built during the Great Depression as part of a fire prevention program, but had been decommissioned years ago when satellite monitoring made such structures obsolete. The wooden stairs were probably rotted, and the small cabin at the top was certainly uninhabitable, but it was elevated off the ground and might provide a temporary refuge until help arrived. I left the main trail, crashing through the underbrush toward where I hoped the tower would be. Branches tore at my clothing and scratched my face, but I barely felt the pain. All that mattered was reaching that tower, getting off the ground, putting some distance between myself and whatever was hunting me through these ancient woods. The forest floor was a treacherous carpet of fallen leaves, hidden roots, and loose stones that threatened to send me tumbling with every step. My flashlight beam danced wildly ahead of me, creating a disorienting strobe effect that made navigation nearly impossible. I stumbled repeatedly, catching myself on tree trunks and low branches, leaving pieces of my jacket hanging from thorny bushes as I forced my way through the undergrowth. Behind me, the sounds of pursuit had changed. The random crashing through vegetation had been replaced by something more methodical, more purposeful. I could hear what sounded like footsteps now, heavy, deliberate impacts that suggested my pursuer was no longer charging blindly through the forest, but was instead tracking me with calculated precision. The realization that I was being hunted by something intelligent enough to modify its approach based on changing circumstances filled me with a new level of terror. My radio buzzed again, and I managed to gasp out a few words between ragged breaths. Fire tower, old fire tower, heading northwest from 77 Alpha. I hoped that was enough information for the rescue team to find me, assuming I lived long enough for them to arrive. The fog was getting thicker as I climbed higher up the mountainside, and the temperature continued to drop. My sweat-soaked clothing was starting to freeze against my skin, and I could feel hypothermia beginning to set in. My fingers were becoming numb, making it difficult to maintain my grip on the flashlight. Several times, I nearly dropped it entirely, which would have left me stumbling blind through the darkness. I could smell something now, a musky animal odor that seemed to grow stronger as whatever was following me drew closer. It was unlike anything I had encountered before, a scent that combined the wildness of an untamed creature with something else, something that reminded me of decay and old meat. The smell made my stomach churn, and I had to fight down the urge to vomit. Then I saw it, the dark silhouette of the fire tower rising above the tree line. The wooden structure looked even more decrepit than I had remembered, with several of the support beams clearly rotted through and the stairs hanging at dangerous angles. But it was my only chance. I sprinted the last 50 yards, my legs burning with the effort, and reached the base of the tower just as something large crashed into the clearing behind me. I didn't look back. I couldn't look back. Instead, I grabbed the rusted handrail and began climbing the rickety wooden stairs as fast as I dared. Each step groaned under my weight, and I could feel the entire structure swaying ominously in the wind. Splinters pierced through my gloves as I gripped the rail, but I climbed higher, driven by desperation and the certain knowledge that whatever was below me was far more dangerous than the possibility of falling. When I reached the platform at the top of the tower, I finally allowed myself to look down. What I saw in the beam of my flashlight defied every rational explanation I could construct. Standing at the base of the tower, looking up at me with those same glowing eyes, was a figure that seemed to blend human and animal characteristics in ways that should have been impossible. It stood upright like a person, but was at least 8 feet tall with proportions that were all wrong. Its arms were too long, hanging nearly to its knees, and ended in hands that looked more like claws. Its face was the worst part, recognizably human in basic structure, but twisted into something predatory and alien. The eyes that had first captured my attention were set deep in shadowed sockets, and its mouth was filled with teeth that were too sharp and too numerous for any natural creature. But it was the intelligence in those eyes that truly terrified me. This wasn't some mindless beast acting on instinct. This was something that understood exactly what it was doing. Something that was enjoying the hunt as much as it anticipated the kill. It tilted its head as it studied me, like a cat watching a mouse trapped in a corner, savoring the moment before the final pounce. The creature circled the base of the tower slowly, never taking its eyes off me. I could hear its claws scraping against the wooden support posts as it tested their strength, looking for weaknesses that might bring the entire structure down. The sound was like fingernails on a chalkboard, setting my teeth on edge and sending shivers down my spine. I tried my radio again, hoping for some word about when the rescue team might arrive. Static filled the airwaves, punctuated by distant voices that I couldn't quite make out. Either I was too far from the base station to maintain a clear signal, or the mountainous terrain was interfering with the transmission. Either way, I was effectively cut off from any outside help. The creature had completed its circuit of the tower and was now looking up at me again with what I could only describe as amusement. It placed one massive hand on the wooden support beam and gave it an experimental shake. The entire tower swayed sickeningly, and I heard the unmistakable sound of wood beginning to splinter under stress. That's when I realized that this creature, whatever it was, wasn't just hunting me for food or territory. It was playing with me, drawing out my terror for its own twisted entertainment. The knowledge that I was nothing more than a toy to this thing filled me with a rage that temporarily overcame my fear. The tower shuddered again as the creature below tested another support beam, and I knew I had only minutes before the entire structure would come crashing down. The wooden platform beneath my feet was already showing stress fractures, and the safety railing had separated from its mounting posts in several places. I needed to find another way down, another route of escape that didn't involve walking directly into those waiting claws. On the far side of the platform, barely visible in the fog, I could see another tree line. If I could somehow get to those trees without going through the creature below, I might be able to continue my flight to safety. The gap between the tower and the nearest substantial branch was at least 10 feet, an impossible jump under normal circumstances, but desperation was making me consider options that would have been unthinkable just hours before. I tested my weight against the tower's railing, trying to determine if it would support me long enough to make the leap. The metal was rusted and corroded, but it seemed solid enough for a brief moment of contact. I backed up as far as the small platform would allow, took a deep breath, and sprinted toward the edge. For a heart-stopping moment I was airborne in the darkness, my flashlight spinning wildly as I flailed my arms for balance. The ground seemed impossibly far below, and I was certain that I was about to plummet to my death on the rocky mountainside. Then my reaching hands made contact with rough bark, and I managed to wrap my arms around a thick pine branch that bent alarmingly under my weight, but held. Below me, the creature let out a roar of frustration and rage. I could hear it moving around the base of the tree, circling like a shark, looking for a way to reach me. The tree wasn't particularly tall, and I realized that if the creature could climb, I would still be within its reach. But for the moment, I had a few precious seconds to catch my breath and plan my next move. The branch I was clinging to stretched toward another tree, and beyond that, I could see what looked like a trail leading down the mountainside. If I could make it to that trail, I might be able to reach the old ranger station that I knew was somewhere in this section of the forest. The station had been abandoned for years, but it was built of solid stone and might provide better protection than the rotting fire tower. I began to edge my way along the branch, moving slowly to avoid causing it to break under my weight. The creature below was making horrible sounds, a mixture of growling and what almost sounded like cursing, as if it was intelligent enough to be genuinely frustrated by my escape. The thought that this thing might possess language capabilities was even more terrifying than its physical appearance. My radio crackled to life again, and I heard Tom's voice, clearer this time. "Night Patrol, we have teams converging on your last known position. What's your current status?" I managed to key the microphone while maintaining my grip on the branch. "I'm in the trees, northwest of the fire tower, heading for the old ranger station on Bear Creek Trail. There's something down here, something that shouldn't exist." "Copy that. Bear Creek Station. We'll redirect teams to that location. Hold tight, help is on the way." I reached the next tree and transferred my weight to its branches, slowly working my way down toward the forest floor. The creature had followed my progress, staying directly below me, but I could see that it was having trouble navigating between the trees. Its massive size, which made it so intimidating in open ground, was becoming a liability in the dense forest canopy. When I finally dropped to the ground, I was already running before my feet fully touched the earth. The Bear Creek Trail was just ahead, a barely visible path that wound through the forest toward the abandoned ranger station. I knew the trail well from my daytime hikes with the campers, but navigating it in darkness while being pursued by a monster was an entirely different challenge. The path was narrow and overgrown, with fallen logs blocking the way in several places. I had to climb over some obstacles and crawl under others, all while listening for sounds of pursuit behind me. The creature was following, but it seemed to be having more difficulty with the confined spaces of the trail. I could hear it crashing through the underbrush parallel to the path, looking for easier routes through the forest. The fog was so thick now that my flashlight beam only penetrated a few feet ahead of me. I was essentially running blind, following the trail more by feel than by sight. More than once I missed a turn and found myself crashing into trees or stumbling into drainage ditches filled with ice-cold mountain water. Then, through the fog, I saw a pale glimmer of reflected light. The ranger station, built from local stone in the 1940s, was still standing despite decades of neglect. The windows were boarded up and the roof was partially collapsed, but the walls looked solid. Most importantly, it had a heavy wooden door that might actually keep the creature outside. I reached the station just as I heard the creature break through onto the trail behind me. It was closer than I had hoped, close enough that I could smell that overwhelming musk and hear its labored breathing. I threw myself at the station door, praying that it wasn't locked or that the wood hadn't rotted away to nothing. The door opened with a screech of protesting hinges, and I tumbled inside just as massive claws raked across the wooden surface where my head had been moments before. I slammed the door shut and threw the old iron bolt that, miraculously, still functioned. Then I collapsed against the wall, gasping for air and trying to process what had just happened to me. The interior of the ranger station was a tomb of dust and decay. My flashlight revealed overturned furniture, shredded papers scattered across the floor, and the skeletal remains of what might once have been a desk. Cobwebs hung like funeral shrouds from the ceiling beams, and the air was thick with the smell of rot and abandonment. But despite its decrepit condition, the stone walls felt reassuringly solid around me. Outside, I could hear the creature pacing around the building, testing the walls and probing for weaknesses. Its claws scraped against the stone with a sound like grinding metal, and every few minutes it would slam its full weight against the door, causing the entire structure to shudder. But the door held, and for the first time since this nightmare began, I allowed myself to hope that I might actually survive until the rescue teams arrived. I tried my radio again, this time getting a clear signal. "Base camp, this is Night Patrol. I'm secure in the Bear Creek Ranger Station, but I'm under siege by some kind of predator. I need immediate assistance." Tom's voice came back strong and clear. "Copy that, Night Patrol. We have 3 teams en route to your location. ETA approximately 15 minutes. Can you identify the animal that's threatening you?" I looked out through a gap in the boarded window and saw those glowing eyes staring back at me. "Negative," I replied. "I can't identify it. It's unlike anything I've ever seen before." The creature seemed to understand that I was communicating with the outside world, because its attacks on the building intensified. It began hurling itself against the walls with renewed fury, and I could hear stones being dislodged from the structure. The building had stood for nearly 80 years, weathering countless storms and seasons, but I wasn't sure it could withstand this concentrated assault. That's when I noticed something that made my stomach drop. In the far corner of the station, partially hidden behind an overturned filing cabinet, was what looked like clothing. Not the faded remnants of some long-ago ranger's uniform, but fresh fabric that couldn't have been there for more than a few days. I approached cautiously, dreading what I might find. It was a backpack, torn and bloody, with gear scattered around it. A camping permit was still attached to one of the straps, and I could make out a name and date in the dim light of my flashlight. Someone had been here recently, someone who had apparently encountered the same creature that was now trying to break down the walls around me. I searched through the scattered gear, looking for anything that might help me understand what I was dealing with. There was a digital camera among the belongings, its lens cracked but the device still functional. I turned it on and began scrolling through the stored images. What I saw made my hands shake so violently that I nearly dropped the camera. The images showed a progression of something that defied all rational explanation. The first photos were normal camping pictures, scenic views, wildlife, the kinds of shots any hiker might take. But as I advanced through the sequence, the images became increasingly disturbing. There were pictures of strange markings carved into trees, symbols that looked almost like writing but in no language I recognized. There were photos of animal remains arranged in patterns that suggested intelligence and purpose rather than random predation. And finally, in the last few images before the camera's memory card ran out, there were pictures of the creature itself. Seeing it captured in still photographs somehow made it even more terrifying than encountering it in person. The camera had caught details that my fear-clouded vision had missed. The texture of its skin, which looked more like hide than human flesh. The unnatural length of its limbs. The way its joints bent in directions that shouldn't have been possible. But the most disturbing images were the ones that showed the creature's face in clear detail. Because despite all the monstrous features, despite the fangs and claws and glowing eyes, there was something unmistakably human about its bone structure, as if someone had taken a person and twisted them into this nightmarish form through some process too horrible to contemplate. Outside, the attacks on the building had stopped. The sudden silence was somehow worse than the constant assault had been, because it meant the creature was thinking, planning its next move. I crept to the window and peered out through the gap in the boards, trying to see where it had gone. The fog had lifted slightly, and in the pale moonlight, I could see that the area around the station appeared to be empty. But I knew better than to believe that the creature had simply given up and left. This thing was too intelligent, too persistent to abandon its prey so easily. My radio crackled again. "Night Patrol, this is Rescue Team Alpha. We're approaching the Bear Creek area. What's your exact position?" "I'm in the Old Stone Ranger Station about 50 yards south of the trail junction," I replied. "But be careful. The creature that's been stalking me is extremely dangerous and may still be in the area." "Copy that. We're equipped with tranquilizer guns and protective gear. Stay put until we give you the all clear." I settled back against the wall to wait, keeping my flashlight aimed at the door and my finger on the radio's transmit button. But something was bothering me, some detail that I couldn't quite place. Then it hit me. The sudden cessation of the creature's attacks had coincided almost exactly with my radio conversation about the approaching rescue teams. The creature had been listening. It understood human speech well enough to know that help was coming, and it had withdrawn to plan an ambush. The rescue teams were walking into a trap, and there was nothing I could do to warn them effectively without revealing my suspicions to the creature that was undoubtedly still close enough to hear my transmissions. Then I heard the first scream. The scream cut through the mountain air like a blade, followed immediately by the sharp crack of gunfire and shouts of panic and confusion. Through my radio, I could hear fragments of frantic communications. "It's not going down! The tranks aren't working! Oh God, it's fast!" I knew I should stay in the relative safety of the ranger station, but I couldn't bear the thought of rescue personnel dying because of me. Against every instinct for self-preservation, I threw open the station door and stepped back into the night. The scene that greeted me was like something from a war zone. Flashlight beams cut chaotically through the fog as the rescue team scattered in all directions. I could see muzzle flashes as someone fired what sounded like a high-powered rifle, but the shot seemed to have no effect on their target. The creature moved through the scattered team like a force of nature, striking out with those massive claws and sending grown men flying through the air like rag dolls. "This way," I shouted, hoping to draw the creature's attention away from the rescue team. "I'm over here." The gambit worked. Those glowing eyes turned toward me, and the creature abandoned its assault on the rescuers to focus on what it apparently considered its primary prey. It bounded toward me with a speed that defied its massive size, covering the distance between us in just a few powerful strides. I dove back into the ranger station and slammed the door just as the creature's claws raked across the wooden surface. But this time, I had no intention of staying trapped inside. I had seen a back window during my earlier exploration of the building, a window that might provide an escape route while the creature focused its attention on the front door. I kicked out the rotted boards that covered the rear window and squeezed through the opening just as the front door exploded inward. Wood splinters and iron fittings scattered across the floor as the creature forced its way inside, but I was already running into the fog-shrouded forest beyond. Behind me, I could hear the creature's roar of frustration when it discovered that I was no longer in the building. But I had gained a precious few seconds head start, and I intended to make the most of them. The rescue team's vehicles were parked somewhere nearby, and if I could reach them, I might be able to drive to safety or at least get far enough away to radio for additional help. I stumbled through the underbrush, following what I hoped was the direction of the trail. My flashlight was starting to dim, the batteries were nearly exhausted from hours of constant use, and I knew that once the light failed completely, I would be at the creature's mercy. The fog was so thick that I could barely see my own feet, and I was navigating more by feel than by sight. Then I heard the sound of an engine idling somewhere ahead of me. One of the rescue vehicles was still running, its driver either dead or fled. I crashed through the last line of bushes and found myself on the edge of a small clearing where 2 Forest Service trucks were parked. The headlights were still on, cutting twin beams through the fog, and the radio in the nearest truck was crackling with emergency traffic. I sprinted to the closest vehicle and threw myself into the driver's seat. The keys were still in the ignition, and the engine was running smoothly. I threw the truck into gear and floored the accelerator, sending gravel spraying behind me as I raced toward what I hoped was the way back to camp. In the rearview mirror, I could see a dark shape emerging from the tree line. The creature had followed me to the clearing, but it couldn't match the speed of a motor vehicle. For the first time since this nightmare began, I felt like I might actually escape. The trail down the mountain was treacherous in the fog, with sharp turns and steep drop-offs that would be fatal if I misjudged the road's edge. But I knew these roads well from countless trips to and from the camp, and adrenaline was keeping me alert and focused. The truck's radio was still receiving emergency communications from the rescue operation, and I could hear that the surviving team members were regrouping and calling for additional support. I keyed the truck's radio microphone. "This is the night watchman from Camp Whisperwind. I'm in a Forest Service vehicle heading back toward the main camp. The creature is still active in the Bear Creek area, and it's extremely dangerous. Do not attempt to pursue it with conventional weapons." The response came back immediately. "Copy that, night watchman. We're establishing a perimeter around the incident area and bringing in specialists from the State Wildlife Department. Return to base and prepare for debriefing." Specialists from the Wildlife Department. The phrase would have been laughable if the situation weren't so deadly serious. What kind of specialist could possibly deal with something that no wildlife manual had ever described? What conventional wildlife management techniques could be applied to a creature that seemed to blend the worst aspects of predator and human intelligence? I was so focused on these questions that I almost missed the turn that led to Camp Whisperwind. The familiar landmarks were obscured by fog, and the narrow road that branched off the main trail was easy to overlook in the best of conditions. I had to back up and try again, precious seconds ticking away as I maneuvered the truck through the tight turn. The camp's lights were visible through the fog as I approached the main gate. Every building was illuminated, and I could see people moving around in what looked like organized activity. The camp director, a competent woman named Carol, was coordinating with additional law enforcement personnel who had apparently arrived while I was fighting for my life in the mountains. I pulled the truck up to the main lodge and stumbled out, my legs shaking from exhaustion and delayed shock. Carol rushed over to me, her face pale with worry. "Thank God you're safe," she said. "We've been monitoring the radio traffic and it sounds like hell up there." "It's worse than hell," I replied, surprised by how hoarse my voice sounded. "Whatever that thing is, it's not like anything in any zoology textbook. It's intelligent, it's incredibly strong, and conventional weapons don't seem to affect it." Carol led me inside the lodge, where a makeshift command center had been established. Maps were spread across tables, radio equipment was set up in multiple stations, and several people in official-looking uniforms were coordinating search and rescue efforts. But I could see in their faces that they had no idea what they were really dealing with. The warmth of the lodge felt surreal after hours of terror in the fog-shrouded mountains. I sat in a chair near the fireplace, wrapped in blankets and trying to process everything that had happened. The camp's medical staff had checked me over and pronounced me physically unharmed, but I could feel something fundamental had changed inside me. The safe, predictable world I had known just hours before had been shattered beyond repair. Carol sat across from me, along with a state police detective named Morrison and a fish and wildlife officer whose nameplate read Stevens. They had been asking questions for the better part of an hour, their expressions growing more skeptical with each detail I provided about the creature's appearance and behavior. "So you're telling us," Detective Morrison said, his tone carefully neutral, that you were chased through the forest by some kind of unknown animal that walks upright, understands human speech, and is immune to tranquilizer darts? I nodded, knowing how insane it sounded but unable to provide any alternative explanation. I know it's hard to believe, but I saw what I saw, and I have proof. I pulled out the damaged camera I had taken from the ranger station and handed it to Stevens. The wildlife officer scrolled through the images on the camera's display, his expression changing from skepticism to confusion to something approaching fear. He handed the camera to Morrison, who examined the photos with the clinical detachment of someone accustomed to crime scene documentation. These could be doctored, Morrison said finally, but his voice lacked conviction. Digital images are easy to manipulate these days. Then explain the rescue team, I replied. Explain why trained professionals with weapons and equipment scattered like leaves in a windstorm. Explain why 2 of them are in the hospital with injuries that don't match any known animal attack patterns. Before anyone could answer, the radio crackled to life with an urgent transmission. Base Camp, this is Air Rescue 7. We're conducting a thermal survey of the incident area, and we're picking up something unusual. There's a large heat signature moving through Sector 4, approximately 2 miles northeast of the Bear Creek station. Stevens grabbed the radio microphone. Air Rescue 7, can you describe the signature? Is it consistent with known wildlife in the area? Negative, Base Camp. The signature is much larger than anything we'd expect to find in these mountains, and its movement pattern is, well, it's not moving like an animal. It appears to be following the trail network deliberately, as if it knows where it's going. My stomach dropped as I realized what this meant. The creature wasn't randomly wandering through the forest. It was heading toward the camp, following the same route I had taken to escape. Somehow, it had tracked me here, and now it was coming for me. We need to evacuate, I said, standing up so quickly that my chair toppled backward. It's coming here. It followed my trail, and it's coming for the camp. Carol looked at me with a mixture of concern and disbelief. You can't be serious. Even if there is some kind of dangerous animal out there, this camp is full of people. It wouldn't approach such a large group. You don't understand, I replied, struggling to make them comprehend what we were facing. This thing isn't afraid of people. If anything, it seems to enjoy hunting humans, and it's specifically focused on me for some reason. Detective Morrison stood up and walked to the window, peering out into the fog-shrouded night. The state police have established a perimeter around the camp, he said. We have armed officers at every access point, and helicopter support is on standby. If something is coming this way, we'll be ready for it. But I knew their preparations would be inadequate. I had seen this creature in action, had witnessed its speed and cunning firsthand. Conventional law enforcement tactics were designed to deal with human criminals or normal wild animals, not something that combined the worst aspects of both. The radio crackled again, this time with a different voice. Base Camp, this is Perimeter Team Delta. We're hearing some kind of disturbance from the northeastern approach. It sounds like... God, I don't know what it sounds like. It's not like any animal I've ever heard. Through the lodge's windows, I could see flashlight beams moving around the camp's perimeter as the security teams repositioned themselves. But their lights seemed pathetically inadequate against the vast darkness that surrounded us, tiny pinpricks of illumination in an ocean of black fog. There, someone shouted from outside. Movement in the tree line. A spotlight mounted on one of the police vehicles swung around to illuminate the forest edge, its powerful beam cutting through the fog like a sword. For a moment, the light revealed nothing but trees and swirling mist. Then something moved at the very edge of the illuminated area, something large and dark that seemed to flow between the trees with unnatural fluidity. All units, we have contact, Morrison barked into his radio. Large animal approaching from the northeast. Exercise extreme caution and do not engage unless it poses an immediate threat to personnel. The spotlight tracked the movement, but whatever was out there was staying just beyond the reach of the light. It was circling the camp now, probing for weaknesses in the perimeter, testing the resolve of the defenders. I could see the silhouettes of armed officers at various positions around the camp, their weapons trained on the darkness beyond the lights. Then the screaming started. It began as a low, mournful wail that seemed to come from everywhere at once, echoing off the mountainsides and filling the valley with sound. but it quickly escalated into something more aggressive, more challenging. It was the sound of a predator announcing its presence, warning its prey that the hunt was about to begin. "Jesus Christ," Stevens whispered, his face pale in the firelight. "What the hell is that thing?" The screaming stopped as abruptly as it had begun, leaving behind a silence that was somehow worse than the noise had been. In that oppressive quiet, I could hear the nervous breathing of the people around me, the crackle of radio static, the distant sound of wind through the trees. But underneath it all was a new sound, something that made my skin crawl with recognition. Footsteps. Heavy, deliberate footsteps circling the lodge. The footsteps moved around the building with methodical precision, and I realized that the creature was studying the lodge the same way it had examined the ranger station, looking for weaknesses, planning its approach. Through the windows, I could see the perimeter security teams trying to track its movement, but their lights kept missing their target by crucial seconds. "Everyone away from the windows," Detective Morrison ordered, drawing his sidearm. "Get to the center of the building and stay low." But I knew that hiding wasn't going to save us. This creature had tracked me across miles of wilderness, had outmaneuvered trained rescue personnel, and had shown intelligence that bordered on human-level cunning. A wooden building and a handful of armed officers weren't going to stop it if it was truly determined to reach me. The footsteps stopped directly outside the front door. In the silence that followed, I could hear everyone in the room holding their breath, waiting for something to happen. Then came a sound that froze the blood in my veins. 3 slow, deliberate knocks on the door, as if someone was politely requesting admittance. "It's mimicking human behavior," Stevens whispered, his voice barely audible. "Some animals can learn to imitate." His explanation was cut short by the sound of splintering wood. The creature wasn't knocking to be polite. It was testing the door's strength. The knocking came again, harder this time, and I could see the heavy wooden door flexing under the impact. Morrison spoke urgently into his radio. "All units converge on the main lodge. We have an active threat at the front entrance." Through the windows, I could see flashlight beams bobbing through the fog as the perimeter teams rushed toward our position. But I knew they wouldn't arrive in time. The knocking had turned into a rhythmic pounding that was systematically weakening the door's structure. "There has to be another way out," I said, looking around the lodge's main room. "A back exit, a window we can use." Carol pointed toward the kitchen area. "There's a service door that leads to the storage shed. From there, you could reach the staff parking area." But before I could move toward the kitchen, the front door exploded inward. The creature filled the doorway, its massive frame backlit by the security lights outside. Those glowing eyes swept the room until they found me, and I could swear I saw something like satisfaction in its inhuman gaze. Morrison fired 3 shots in rapid succession, the reports deafeningly loud in the enclosed space. The bullet struck the creature's center mass, but had no more effect than the tranquilizer darts had earlier. It didn't even flinch, just continued its steady advance into the room. "Run!" I shouted, pushing Carol toward the kitchen. "Everyone get out now!" The creature's attention was focused entirely on me, which gave the others a chance to escape through the service door. But I knew that running would only delay the inevitable. This thing had followed me across an entire mountain range. It wasn't going to give up just because I managed to get outside. I grabbed a heavy fire poker from beside the fireplace and brandished it like a weapon, knowing it was a futile gesture, but unable to simply stand there helplessly. The creature paused, tilting its head as if amused by my defiance. Then it spoke. "You run far." The words were barely recognizable, spoken in a voice that sounded like gravel sliding down a cliff face. But they were unmistakably words, proof that this thing possessed not just intelligence, but the ability to communicate. "What do you want?" I managed to ask, surprised that I could form coherent sentences when every instinct was screaming at me to flee. The creature's lips pulled back in what might have been a smile, revealing rows of teeth that were definitely not human. "Hunt. Fun. You. Good. Prey." The confirmation that this was all a game to the creature, that my terror and the deaths of the rescue personnel were nothing more than entertainment, filled me with a rage that temporarily overcame my fear. I swung the fire poker with all my strength, aiming for the creature's head. It caught the iron rod in one massive hand, the metal crumpling like paper under its grip. But instead of retaliating immediately, it leaned closer, bringing its face within inches of mine. The smell of decay and wild spaces was overwhelming, and I could feel its hot breath on my skin. More fun if you fight, it said. Then released the poker and stepped back. That's when I understood. This creature didn't just want to kill me. It wanted me to run, to struggle, to provide it with the thrill of an extended hunt. The chase was the point, not the capture. And as long as I continued to play its game, it would let me live just long enough to be terrified. Security officers poured through the broken doorway, their weapons trained on the creature. But instead of attacking them, it simply turned and walked back outside, moving with casual indifference to the guns pointed at its back. Through the windows, I watched it disappear into the fog as if it had never been there at all. "What the hell just happened?" Morrison demanded, his weapon still drawn and his hand shaking slightly. "It's playing with us," I replied, the full horror of the situation finally sinking in. "This whole thing, the attacks, the chase, even coming here to the camp, it's all just a game to that thing. And as long as I'm alive, the game continues." Carol had returned from the kitchen, her face pale but determined. "Then we get you out of here," she said. "We evacuate you to somewhere safe until the authorities can figure out how to deal with this creature." But I knew there was no place safe enough. This thing had tracked me across miles of wilderness in the dark, had found me in a camp full of people and security. It would follow me wherever I went, leaving a trail of destruction and death in its wake. As if to confirm my fears, that horrible screaming echoed across the valley again, farther away now, but still audible. The creature was withdrawing to a safe distance, but it wasn't leaving. It was waiting, watching, planning the next phase of its twisted game. I looked out at the fog-shrouded mountains where it had retreated, knowing that somewhere in that vast wilderness, something inhuman was thinking about me, savoring the memory of my fear and planning our next encounter. The hunt was far from over. In fact, I was beginning to suspect that it had barely begun. The radio crackled one final time before the batteries died completely. Through the static, I could barely make out a transmission from the helicopter unit. "Base camp, multiple heat signatures, they're moving in formation. God help us all. There's more than one." As the words faded into silence, I realized that my ordeal in the Appalachian Mountains was not the end of something, but the beginning. Whatever these creatures were, wherever they had come from, I had apparently marked myself as prey in a hunt that might never end. The fog pressed against the lodge windows like seeking fingers, and somewhere in that gray emptiness, patient predators waited for the game to continue. Growing up in Cedar Heights always felt like drowning in concrete and noise. The city pressed against me from every direction, honking cars, screaming sirens, neighbors arguing through paper-thin walls at 3 a.m. I wasn't antisocial, but crowds made my chest tighten and my palms sweat. The constant din of urban life scraped against my nerves like fingernails on a chalkboard. My younger brother Gabriel was my complete opposite. At 12 years old, he thrived on attention and chaos. He collected friends like trading cards, always surrounded by laughter and energy. His latest obsession consumed him entirely, filmmaking. The 6th grade movie project had transformed him into a miniature director, complete with a second-hand camcorder he'd begged our parents to buy. When Mom and Dad announced we'd visit our cousins in Millwood so Gabriel could film his project, I felt my shoulders drop with relief. Millwood was everything Cedar Heights wasn't: small, quiet, tucked away in the foothills near Angeles National Forest. Our cousins Benedict and Blake lived there with their parents on 7 wooded acres, far from traffic lights and apartment buildings. The twins matched Gabriel's boundless energy, but their chaos felt contained by the thick pine trees and soft earth. As we pulled into their gravel driveway, I watched Gabriel clutch his camcorder like it held the secrets of Hollywood. Before our car even stopped, he burst out calling for the twins, his voice echoing off the surrounding trees. "I need a cameraman," Gabriel announced, staring at me with those wide eyes that always got him what he wanted. "You're better with cameras than anyone I know." I'd planned to spend the weekend inside, reading and avoiding the inevitable noise of three hyperactive kids. But something in his voice, a desperation beneath the excitement, made me nod reluctantly. Within minutes, I found myself trudging behind them through towering pines, half-heartedly filming their elaborate fantasy adventure. Gabriel had transformed the twins into medieval heroes with cheap costume cloaks and plastic swords from the dollar store. They ran between trees, shouting scripted dialogue and improvising ridiculous plot twists. Benedict wielded his sword dramatically while Blake perfected his villain laugh, voice cracking as he tried to sound menacing. The deeper we ventured into the woods, the more my unease grew. Shadows stretched longer here, creating pockets of darkness even in midday sunlight. The temperature dropped noticeably, and I found myself glancing over my shoulder repeatedly. My breathing quickened as I struggled to keep the camera steady, hands trembling slightly. "Guys, let's take a break," I called out, my voice sounding strained even to my own ears. "I need some water." Gabriel sighed dramatically, pretending to collapse against a tree trunk. "You can't keep up with real filmmakers," he teased, but his smile seemed forced. Back in the house, the silence felt like a warm embrace. My heart rate slowed as I opened the refrigerator, reaching for a pitcher of iced tea. The cold glass felt solid and real in my hands, grounding me after the strange anxiety in the woods. Then it happened. A scream tore through the afternoon air. Not the playful shouts I'd grown accustomed to, but something raw and terrified that turned my blood to ice water. The pitcher slipped from my hands, shattering against the kitchen floor in an explosion of glass and tea. "Gabriel!" My voice cracked as I sprinted toward the back door. The clearing where they'd been filming just minutes earlier stood completely empty. The plastic swords lay scattered in the dirt, the costume cloaks fluttering eerily in the breeze like abandoned skin. No signs of struggle, no footprints leading away. Just emptiness that felt wrong in ways I couldn't articulate. "Gabriel? Benedict? Blake?" My shouts echoed back from the trees, mocking and hollow. I ran from tree to tree, spinning in circles, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it might burst. The woods seemed to swallow my voice, giving nothing back but silence. Within 20 minutes, both sets of parents had joined my frantic search. We crashed through underbrush, calling their names until our throats burned. The police arrived as dusk settled over Millwood, their flashlights cutting through gathering shadows like weak prayers. Search and rescue teams worked through the night, methodically combing every inch of the 7-acre property and beyond. Bloodhounds arrived at dawn, their handlers grim-faced and professional. Volunteers from town appeared with thermoses of coffee and determined expressions. Hours blended into days. The search expanded to cover hundreds of acres, helicopters circling overhead while ground teams pushed deeper into the national forest. I barely slept, barely ate, spending every waking moment listening to radio chatter and watching the command post they'd set up in our cousin's driveway. The waiting was agony. Every ring of a phone, every hushed conversation between officers, every time a search team returned empty-handed felt like another small death. I found myself staring at the tree line, convinced I could will them to emerge from the shadows if I just looked hard enough. On the 4th day, my mother found me sitting on the porch at 3 a.m, still staring into the darkness. "Come inside," she whispered, her voice hoarse from crying. "You need to rest." But rest felt impossible when my little brother was somewhere out there in those woods. 2 weeks and 3 days after the disappearance, the call came. A park ranger had found them in Whitewater Canyon, 18 miles northeast of Millwood. The sheriff's voice on the phone was carefully controlled, clinical in a way that made my stomach clench. Benedict and Blake were dead, their bodies showing signs of severe trauma. Gabriel had been found suspended from a tree branch over a rocky creek bed, still wearing the costume cloak from his movie. The sheriff wouldn't provide details over the phone, but his hesitation spoke volumes. The funeral was a blur of black clothes and whispered condolences. Nothing felt real, not the flowers, not the casseroles neighbors brought, not the way adults spoke in hushed tones when they thought I wasn't listening. I moved through those days like I was underwater, everything muffled and distant. 3 days after the funeral, Detective Morrison came to our house. He handed me a plastic evidence bag containing Gabriel's camcorder, his expression unreadable. "We've reviewed the footage," he said quietly. "There's content on here that might help you understand what happened. But I want you to know that some things, once seen, can't be unseen." That night I sat in my room staring at the small device. My hands shook as I removed it from the evidence bag and powered it on. I had to know. I owed Gabriel that much. The video began innocently enough. Gabriel's excited voice directing the twins through their scenes, all three boys laughing as they charged through the trees with plastic swords. I recognized every location. The fallen log they'd used as a castle wall, the cluster of boulders that became their throne room. Then the footage changed abruptly. The audio became distorted, filled with static that made me wince. Gabriel's voice dropped to a fearful whisper. "Do you hear that?" On screen, all three boys turned towards something off camera. The image quality degraded, becoming grainy and unstable. I leaned closer, squinting at the screen, trying to make out what had frightened them. A figure moved between the trees, tall, thin, definitely human, but somehow wrong in ways I couldn't immediately identify. The person wore dark clothing and moved with an unnatural stillness, like they were trying to remain unseen. Benedict screamed, the same terrifying sound I'd heard from the kitchen. The camera shook violently as Gabriel ran, branches whipping past the lens in blurred streaks. I caught glimpses of the twins' terrified faces, heard their panicked breathing mixing with the static. Behind them, barely visible in the chaotic footage, the figure followed with patient persistence. The screen went black for several seconds. When the image returned, it showed a different scene entirely, one that made me vomit into the trash can beside my bed. The final footage was clearer, but infinitely more horrifying. Benedict and Blake appeared bound to trees, their faces streaked with tears and dirt. They struggled against rope restraints, their muffled cries barely audible through what appeared to be makeshift gags. The figure moved into frame, a man in his 40s or 50s, unremarkable except for the surgical precision with which he worked. His face was calm, almost bored, as he systematically tortured the twins. The audio captured every scream, every plea, every wet sound I wished I could forget. Gabriel's camera captured it all from a hiding spot, the lens shaking with his terrified breathing. Occasionally, his whispered prayers to God broke through the static. "Please help them. Please make it stop. Please." The man worked methodically, taking his time. When the twins finally stopped moving, he turned his attention to finding Gabriel. The camera showed the killer moving through the trees, calling out in a friendly voice, "I know you're there, little filmmaker. I saw your camera. Why don't you come out and we can talk?" The footage ended abruptly with Gabriel's final scream, the camera falling to the ground and showing only dirt and pine needles. I sat in stunned silence, my entire body trembling. This wasn't some random tragedy or animal attack. A human being had systematically hunted and murdered 3 children, and somehow the police had let this information slip through the cracks. I couldn't let it go. For weeks, the images haunted me, not supernatural horror, but the very real evil that human beings were capable of inflicting on innocents. I researched everything I could find about similar cases in the area, discovering a pattern of missing children dating back decades. The man in the footage was still out there, still hunting. Late one night, I made a decision that would have horrified my parents. I packed a backpack with supplies, took my father's hunting rifle from the gun safe, and drove back to Millwood. I knew exactly where Gabriel had been found, and I had a theory about where his killer might return. The forest at night was a different world. Every shadow a potential threat, every sound a reason to freeze and listen. I made my way to Whitewater Canyon, following the same path the killer had used. The beam of my flashlight cut through absolute darkness, illuminating gnarled tree roots and jagged rocks. I found his camp 3 hours before dawn, a carefully concealed shelter built into a rocky outcropping, invisible unless you knew exactly where to look. Inside, I discovered a collection that made my stomach turn. Photographs, personal items, and video equipment. Dozens of children's faces stared back at me from Polaroid pictures, their terror captured forever. When he returned just after sunrise, I was waiting. The man who had killed my brother looked so ordinary, medium height, graying hair, the kind of person you'd pass on the street without a second thought. He saw me immediately, saw the rifle in my hands, and smiled like we were old friends meeting for coffee. "You must be the brother," he said casually, setting down a canvas bag. "I was hoping you'd figure it out eventually. Most families never do." I wanted to say something profound, something that would honor Gabriel's memory or provide closure for our family. Instead, I simply pulled the trigger. The police found his body 3 days later, along with evidence linking him to 17 missing children across 3 counties. The official report listed his death as suicide, a conclusion that satisfied everyone who mattered. I never told anyone what really happened in those woods. Some secrets are meant to be kept, some justice administered in darkness. Gabriel and the twins finally had peace, and the families of 16 other children could finally stop wondering. But late at night, when Cedar Heights grows quiet and the city's noise fades to a whisper, I still see that ordinary-looking man smile. I still remember how easily evil can hide behind a human face, how predators walk among us wearing masks of normalcy. The real monsters aren't supernatural creatures lurking in shadows. They're the humans who choose to become monsters, and sometimes the only way to stop them is to become something monstrous yourself. I sleep better now, knowing Gabriel's killer will never hurt another child. But I also know there are others out there, waiting in their own dark corners of the world. And sometimes, on the darkest nights, I wonder if I'll need to find them too. The steady hum of tires on asphalt filled the cramped interior of Thomas's old Subaru Outback as we wound our way up the California coast. It was a crisp autumn morning, the kind that promised adventure and whispered of change. I'm Tyson, by the way, and this trip was meant to be our escape, a chance for 4 lifelong friends to shed the shackles of our mundane lives and reconnect with something primal. Thomas, our self-appointed navigator, hunched over the steering wheel, his eyes flicking between the winding road and the GPS. In the passenger seat, Carter scrolled through his phone, occasionally rattling off trivia about Redwood National Park, our destination. Mark sprawled across the back seat next to me, dozing fitfully, a light snore punctuating the road noise. "Did you know?" Carter piped up, his voice tinged with that infectious enthusiasm he always got when sharing random facts, "that some of these redwoods are over 2,000 years old? Imagine what they've seen." Thomas grunted non-committally, too focused on navigating a particularly sharp turn. I leaned forward, genuinely intrigued. "That's wild, man. Makes you feel pretty small, doesn't it?" Carter nodded, his eyes alight. "And get this. There are parts of the forest so dense that sunlight barely reaches the forest floor. They call it the Twilight Zone." A chill ran down my spine at those words, though I couldn't say why. Maybe it was the way the morning mist clung to the roadside, obscuring the depths of the forest beyond. Or perhaps it was some primal instinct, a warning whisper from our ancestors who knew all too well the dangers that lurked in the shadows of ancient woods. I shook off the feeling, chalking it up to pre-adventure jitters. This was our thing, after all. Every year we'd pick a new wilderness to explore, pushing ourselves out of our comfort zones and into the great unknown. It kept life interesting, gave us stories to tell around water coolers and at dinner parties. "How much longer?" Mark mumbled, finally stirring from his nap. Thomas glanced at the GPS. "About an hour, I think. We'll hit the visitor center, grab our permits, and then it's pure backcountry from there." I grinned, the excitement building. "Off the grid, gentlemen. No cell service, no Wi-Fi, just us and Mother Nature in all her glory." If only I had known then how those words would come back to haunt me. How that glorious mother would reveal herself to be a cruel mistress, harboring secrets far darker than we could have imagined. But hindsight, as they say, is 20/20. In that moment, as we crested another hill and caught our first glimpse of the towering redwoods in the distance, all I felt was a sense of wonder and anticipation. The mist began to thin as we approached the park entrance, revealing glimpses of the colossal trees that awaited us. Their massive trunks stretched skyward, disappearing into a canopy so high it seemed to touch the clouds. It was humbling and awe-inspiring all at once. "Holy shit," Mark breathed, now fully awake and pressed against the window. "They're even bigger than I imagined." We fell into a reverent silence as Thomas navigated the winding park road. The trees seemed to close in around us, creating a natural tunnel that transported us from the familiar world of highways and gas stations into something altogether more primeval. The visitor center was a low, unassuming building that seemed dwarfed by its surroundings. We piled out of the car, stretching cramped limbs and breathing in the crisp forest air. The scent of pine and damp earth filled my lungs, invigorating after hours of recycled car air. As Thomas went to sort out our backcountry permits, Carter, Mark, and I wandered over to a large topographical map of the park displayed near the entrance. Carter immediately began pointing out potential routes, his eyes gleaming with the prospect of adventure. "Look at this area," he said, tracing a finger along a remote section of the map. "It's called the Lost Coast. Barely any established trails, just pure wilderness." Mark frowned, a note of concern in his voice. "I don't know, man. Shouldn't we stick to marked trails for our first time out here?" I clapped him on the shoulder, feeling a surge of bravado. "Where's your sense of adventure, Mark? We didn't come all this way to follow some tourist path." Little did I know how prophetic Mark's caution would prove to be. If we had stuck to those well-worn trails, perhaps our story would have ended differently. But fate, it seems, had other plans for us in those ancient woods. Thomas returned, a bundle of maps and our backcountry permit in hand. "We're all set," he announced. "They gave us a heads up about some trail closures due to recent storm damage, but we should be good to go for our planned route." We gathered our gear from the car, double-checking supplies and adjusting our heavy packs. The weight settled on my shoulders, a comforting reminder of the adventure that lay ahead. As we stepped onto the trailhead, leaving behind the last vestiges of civilization, I felt a familiar thrill course through me. The path ahead disappeared into the shadows of the forest, an invitation and a challenge all at once. We exchanged grins, our excitement palpable. With a deep breath of that intoxicating forest air, we took our first steps into the unknown. The dense canopy above cast the forest floor into a perpetual twilight, shafts of sunlight breaking through only occasionally to dapple the ground with golden spots. The air grew cooler as we ventured deeper, the sounds of the outside world fading away until all we could hear was the crunch of our boots on the trail and the occasional call of a distant bird. As we hiked, Carter kept up a steady stream of facts about the forest and its inhabitants. "Did you know that redwoods can grow to over 300 feet tall? That's as high as a 30-story building." "Yeah, and I bet they don't have elevators," Mark quipped, already breathing heavily under the weight of his pack. We laughed, the sound echoing strangely in the hushed forest. For a moment I could have sworn I heard something else, a rustle in the underbrush perhaps, or the snap of a twig. But when I turned to look, there was nothing but the endless sea of trees stretching in every direction. As the day wore on, the trail began to climb, leading us up into the heart of the ancient forest. The trees, if possible, seemed to grow even larger, their massive trunks so wide that it would take all four of us linking arms to encircle them. We paused in a small clearing, catching our breath and taking in the majesty of our surroundings. Thomas pulled out the map, frowning slightly as he tried to orient himself. "I think we're here," he said, pointing to a spot on the wrinkled paper. "If we push on for another couple of hours, we should reach a good camping spot near a stream." I nodded, taking a long pull from my water bottle. "Sounds good. How are you holding up, Mark?" Mark grimaced, rolling his shoulders. "I'll live. Remind me again why we do this to ourselves?" Carter grinned, clapping him on the back. "For the stories, my friend, and the beer always tastes better when you've earned it." As we prepared to set off again, I noticed something odd. The forest, which had been alive with the sounds of birds and small animals, had gone eerily quiet. A heavy stillness settled over us, broken only by the soft whisper of wind through the towering trees. "Anyone else notice that?" I asked, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the silence. The others paused, looking around with furrowed brows. "Yeah," Thomas said slowly. "That's weird, right?" Before anyone could respond, a blood-curdling screech tore through the air, causing us all to jump. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard before, not quite animal, not quite human, but filled with an undeniable sense of rage and hunger. "What the fuck was that?" Mark hissed, his face pale. Carter tried to laugh it off, but I could hear the tremor in his voice. "Probably just a mountain lion or something. No big deal, right?" But as we stood there, hearts pounding, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Something in that otherworldly cry had awakened a primal fear in me, a sense that we had stumbled into a place where we did not belong. Let's just keep moving," Thomas said, his voice tight. "We want to reach the campsite before dark." We set off again, our earlier camaraderie replaced by a tense silence. Each snapping twig or rustle of leaves made us flinch, our eyes constantly scanning the shadowy forest around us. The joy of exploration had been replaced by a growing sense of unease, a feeling that we were no longer the ones doing the watching. As the light began to fade, painting the forest in deepening shades of gray, we finally reached the clearing Thomas had identified on the map. A small stream burbled nearby, providing a soothing counterpoint to the oppressive silence that had followed us for miles. We began to set up camp with practiced efficiency, though I noticed we all stayed closer together than usual. No one wanted to stray too far into the gathering darkness alone. As Thomas got a fire going, its warm light pushing back the encroaching shadows, I felt some of the tension begin to ease. Carter cracked open the cooler, passing around beers with a forced grin. "See? Told you it would taste better out here." We clinked our cans together, a quiet toast to survival and friendship. As we sat around the fire, its flames casting flickering shadows on the massive tree trunks surrounding our little haven, I tried to shake off the lingering sense of dread that had settled over me. "So," I said, breaking the uneasy silence, "who's up for one of Carter's famous campfire stories?" Carter perked up, always eager for an audience. "Oh, you guys are gonna love this one. It's about a bear, a roll of toilet paper, and the most embarrassed hiker you've ever seen." As he launched into his tale, gesticulating wildly and doing different voices for each character, I felt myself starting to relax. This was familiar territory. Friends, laughter, the simple pleasure of a cold beer after a long day's hike. But even as we chuckled at Carter's punchline, I couldn't help but notice how quickly the laughter died away, swallowed by the vast, watching silence of the forest. And as I gazed into the impenetrable darkness beyond our firelight, I couldn't shake the feeling that our real story, the one that would haunt us for years to come, was only just beginning. As the last echoes of our laughter faded into the night, a heavy stillness settled over our campsite. The fire crackled, sending sparks spiraling up into the darkness, briefly illuminating the looming silhouettes of the ancient redwoods that surrounded us. I found my eyes drawn to the shadows between the trees, searching for... what? I wasn't sure, but an undeniable sense of unease had taken root in the pit of my stomach. Thomas cleared his throat, breaking the silence. "So, who's up for some grub? I packed those fancy dehydrated meals." We murmured in agreement, grateful for the distraction. As Thomas busied himself with the camping stove, I noticed Mark staring intently into the forest, his brow furrowed. "You okay, man?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light. He started, as if pulled from a trance. "Yeah, just thought I saw something move out there. Probably nothing." Carter laughed, but it sounded forced. "Dude, your imagination is working overtime. It's just trees and shadows." But as I followed Mark's gaze, I couldn't shake the feeling that the darkness beyond our campfire was somehow deeper, more alive than it should be. The branches of the towering redwoods seemed to reach toward us, like gnarled fingers grasping at the edges of our sanctuary of light. Thomas returned with our rehydrated meals, the steam rising from the packets a poor imitation of home-cooked comfort. We ate in relative silence, the usual banter and jokes conspicuously absent. Even Carter, normally a non-stop chatterbox, seemed subdued. As we finished our meal, I noticed the temperature had dropped significantly. A chill wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it a scent I couldn't quite place, something earthy and ancient with an underlying note of decay. "Anyone else smell that?" I asked, wrinkling my nose. The others paused, sniffing the air. Thomas shrugged. "Just smells like forest to me. Maybe a little damp." But Mark's face had gone pale. "No, I smell it too. It's like something rotting." A memory stirred in the back of my mind, a half-forgotten nature documentary about predators and the scent of death. I pushed the thought away, unwilling to give voice to the growing dread that clawed at the edges of my consciousness. Carter, ever the pragmatist, stood up and stretched. "Well, whatever it is, I'm beat. Think I'm going to turn in. Early start tomorrow, right?" We nodded in agreement, the prospect of sleep suddenly very appealing. At least in our tents, we could pretend we were somewhere else, somewhere safe and familiar. As we doused the fire and retreated to our tents, I couldn't help but feel like we were making a terrible mistake. The darkness rushed in to fill the void left by our fading firelight, and with it came a silence so profound it seemed to press against my eardrums. I lay in my sleeping bag, staring up at the nylon ceiling of the tent, listening to Thomas's steady breathing beside me. Sleep eluded me, my mind racing with half-formed fears and wild speculations. Every rustle of wind through the trees, every snap of a twig in the underbrush sent a jolt of adrenaline through my system. I'm not sure how long I lay there, trapped between wakefulness and uneasy dreams, before I heard it. A low, guttural growl, so deep I felt it in my bones, before I consciously registered the sound. Thomas stirred beside me, sitting up abruptly. "Did you hear that?" he whispered, his voice tight with fear. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. We sat in tense silence, straining our ears. For a long moment there was nothing but the usual nighttime forest sounds. Then a heavy footfall, much too close to our tent. Another. Whatever was out there, it was big. "Should we wake the others?" Thomas breathed, his eyes wide in the dim light filtering through the tent fabric. Before I could answer, a blood-curdling scream shattered the night. It was Mark's voice, twisted into a sound of pure terror that made my blood run cold. We burst out of our tent, flashlights in hand, to find a scene of chaos. Mark's tent was in tatters, and he was sprawled on the ground, scrambling backward on all fours. Carter stood frozen, his flashlight beam dancing wildly across the clearing. And there, at the edge of our campsite, was something. In the frantic, shifting light of our flashlights, I caught glimpses of matted fur, of yellowed fangs, of eyes that glowed with an unholy intelligence. It moved with a fluid grace that belied its massive size, always staying just at the edge of our vision. "What the fuck is that thing?" Carter yelled, his voice cracking with panic. The creature, for I couldn't bring myself to call it an animal, let out a low, rumbling growl that seemed to vibrate the very air around us. It was a sound that spoke of ancient hunger, of patience rewarded, of the inevitability of the hunt. "Run!" I screamed, my paralysis finally breaking. "Into the trees! Now!" We didn't need to be told twice. Abandoning our camp, we plunged into the darkness of the forest. Branches whipped at our faces, roots threatened to trip us at every step, but blind terror drove us forward. The sound of our ragged breathing and pounding footsteps seemed deafening in the oppressive silence of the forest. Behind us, I could hear the creature crashing through the underbrush, its growls growing louder and more frenzied. The beam of my flashlight danced wildly, offering only terrifying glimpses of the world around us. Gnarled tree roots, low-hanging branches, the occasional flash of eyes reflecting in the darkness. "Keep going," Thomas yelled from somewhere to my left. "Don't look back." But human nature is a curious thing. Even in our terror, there's a part of us that needs to understand, to see the face of the danger pursuing us. I chanced a glance over my shoulder and immediately wished I hadn't. The creature was closer than I'd thought, close enough that I could make out details I'd have preferred not to see. Its body was massive, easily the size of a bear, but with a lean, almost emaciated look. Matted fur clung to its frame in patches, revealing skin that seemed to shift and writhe in the flickering light. But it was the face that would haunt my nightmares for years to come. It was almost human, but twisted, elongated in ways that defied natural anatomy. Yellowish fangs protruded from a mouth that seemed too wide, too full of teeth. And the eyes. God, those eyes. They glowed with an intelligence that was anything but animal, filled with a malevolent hunger that seemed to pierce right through me. My foot caught on a root, and I went down hard, the breath driven from my lungs as I hit the forest floor. Pain exploded in my ankle, sprained, maybe broken. I tried to scramble to my feet, but my leg gave way beneath me. "Tyson!" Carter's voice cut through the panic clouding my mind. He appeared at my side, grabbing my arm and hauling me up. "Come on, man, we gotta move." I leaned on him heavily as we stumbled forward, each step sending jolts of agony up my leg. The creature's growls were getting closer, the sound of its pursuit growing louder with each passing second. Suddenly, the trees ahead thinned, and we burst out onto the edge of a steep ravine. The others were already there, flashlight beams dancing across the sheer drop before us. "We're trapped," Mark said, his voice tight with fear. "What do we do?" Before anyone could answer, the creature exploded from the tree line behind us. In the combined light of our flashlights, we got our first clear look at the monstrosity that had been hunting us. It stood on two legs now, its hunched form easily 7 feet tall. Arms that were too long, too thin for its body, ended in hands tipped with wicked claws. Its chest heaved with each breath, a rattling sound that seemed to come from deep within its misshapen form. But it was the face that held us transfixed. In the harsh light, it looked almost melted, as if someone had taken a human visage and stretched it over a skull that was decidedly not human. The eyes, those terrible knowing eyes, flicked between each of us in turn. And then it spoke. The sound was like gravel being ground together, a harsh approximation of human speech that made my skin crawl. "So long," it rasped, lips peeling back in a grotesque parody of a smile. "So long I've waited." Carter, still supporting me, took a stumbling step backward. What are you?" The creature's head tilted to one side, an unsettlingly human gesture. "I am the Watcher," it said. "The Guardian. The punishment." It took a lumbering step forward, and we instinctively retreated, edging dangerously close to the ravine's drop. "Punishment for what?" Thomas demanded, his voice cracking. The creature's grin widened, revealing row upon row of needle-sharp teeth. "For trespass," it hissed. "For believing you could walk these ancient woods without consequence." My mind raced, grasping for anything that might get us out of this nightmare. "Wait!" I shouted, an idea forming. "We didn't know. We'll leave right now. Just let us go." The creature paused, its terrible gaze fixing on me. For a moment I dared to hope that somehow, impossibly, it might listen to reason. Then it laughed. The sound was like nothing I'd ever heard before, a cacophony of screeches and howls that seemed to come from a dozen throats at once. The trees around us shook, showering us with pine needles and bits of bark. "Leave," it said, when the terrible laughter subsided. "Oh no, little trespassers. You're part of the forest now." It lunged forward with frightening speed. Carter, still supporting me, lost his balance. We teetered on the edge of the ravine for one heart-stopping moment before plummeting into the darkness below. The fall seemed to last forever. Wind rushed past my ears, drowning out the sound of our screams. Branches whipped at my face and arms as we plunged through the canopy below. Then, with a bone-jarring impact, we hit the ground. Pain exploded through every inch of my body. For a long moment, I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. When I finally managed to draw a ragged breath, I became aware of the warm stickiness of blood on my face. "Carter," I croaked, my voice barely above a whisper. "You okay, man?" There was no response. Panic surged through me as I fumbled for my flashlight, praying it had survived the fall. By some miracle, it flickered to life when I clicked the button. The beam illuminated a scene of devastation. We had landed in a tangle of undergrowth, surrounded by fallen branches and debris from our descent. Carter lay a few feet away, unmoving. I dragged myself over to him, ignoring the screaming protests of my battered body. "Carter," I said, shaking him gently. "Come on, buddy. Wake up." His eyes fluttered open, unfocused and dazed. "Ty?" he mumbled. "What? Where are we?" Relief flooded through me. "We fell," I explained, helping him sit up. "The ravine, remember?" Memory dawned in his eyes, quickly followed by fear. "The others," he said. "Thomas and Mark. Where are they?" I swept the flashlight beam around us, searching for any sign of our friends. Nothing but twisted undergrowth and looming tree trunks. "I don't know," I admitted. "We got separated in the fall, I think." Carter struggled to his feet, wincing. "We have to find them," he said. That thing could still be up there." I nodded, using a nearby tree to pull myself upright. My ankle throbbed, but it held my weight. Small mercies. "Okay," I said, "but we need to be careful. We don't know what else might be down here." We set off slowly, calling out for Thomas and Mark in hushed voices. The forest floor was a maze of fallen logs and dense ferns, making progress difficult. Every shadow seemed to hide potential danger, and more than once we froze at the sound of movement in the underbrush. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, we heard a faint call. "Over here!" We hurried toward the sound, hope and fear warring in my chest. We rounded a massive redwood trunk to find Thomas kneeling beside a prone figure. "Mark." "Oh, thank God," Thomas said when he saw us. I didn't know if anyone else made it." I knelt beside Mark, my heart sinking as I took in his condition. His leg was bent at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. His face was pale, beaded with sweat. "How bad is it?" Carter asked, his voice tight. Thomas shook his head. "Bad. He's in and out of consciousness. I don't think he can walk." I closed my eyes, trying to think. We were lost in an ancient forest, injured with no supplies, and a monster lurking somewhere above us. The situation couldn't get much worse. Then, as if in answer to that thought, a familiar growl echoed through the trees. It was distant but unmistakable. "It's coming," Mark whispered, his eyes wide with fear. We all fell silent, straining our ears. The growl came again, closer this time, and then another answered it from a different direction. The blood drained from my face as the realization hit me. "There's more than one," I said, my voice barely audible. Carter's face was a mask of determination. "We need to move," he said. "Now." "But Mark," Thomas began. "We'll carry him," Carter interrupted. "Ty, can you walk?" I nodded, though my ankle protested at the thought. "I'll manage." Together, we lifted Mark as gently as we could, trying to ignore his muffled cries of pain. With Thomas and Carter supporting most of his weight, we began to move through the forest. Progress was agonizingly slow. The undergrowth seemed to grab at our feet, and every step was a struggle. The growls continued, sometimes fading into the distance only to return louder than before. It was as if the creatures were toying with us, herding us deeper into their domain. As we stumbled through a small clearing, I caught a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye. I turned, bringing my flashlight to bear, and felt my heart stop. There, at the edge of the light, stood another creature, smaller than the first, but no less terrifying. Its eyes gleamed with the same unnatural intelligence, its mouth open in a silent snarl. "Guys," I said, my voice shaking, "we've got company." The others turned, and I heard Thomas's sharp intake of breath. The creature took a step forward, its movements liquid and predatory. "What do we do?" Carter whispered. I cast about desperately for a solution, any solution. My eyes fell on a fallen branch near my feet. Not much of a weapon, but better than nothing. I bent down slowly, never taking my eyes off the creature, and wrapped my fingers around the rough bark. "When I say run," I said, barely moving my lips, "you go. Don't look back. Just go." "Ty, no," Thomas began, but I cut him off. "Just do it," I hissed. "Get Mark out of here. I'll catch up." The creature tensed, sensing the change in our stance. I tightened my grip on the branch, knowing it would do little against those claws, those teeth. But if I could buy the others even a few seconds. "Run!" I yelled, and lunged at the creature. Time seemed to slow as I charged toward the creature, branch raised like a club. Its eyes widened in what might have been surprise. Clearly, it hadn't expected its prey to fight back. In the split second before impact, a small, detached part of my mind marveled at how human that expression looked on its twisted face. Then we collided, and all rational thought fled. The creature was impossibly strong. My wild swing with the branch connected, but it might as well have been a toothpick for all the damage it did. Claws raked across my chest, tearing through my jacket and shirt like they were tissue paper. Pain bloomed, hot and sharp, but adrenaline kept me on my feet. I could hear the others crashing through the underbrush behind me, their labored breathing and Mark's pained gasps fading into the distance. Good. At least I'd bought them some time. The creature lunged again, its jaws snapping inches from my face. I stumbled backward, tripping over a root and going down hard. The fall probably saved my life. The creature's charge carried it over me, giving me a moment to scramble away. I got to my feet, chest heaving, blood soaking my torn shirt. The creature circled me slowly, its movements almost lazy. It knew I was trapped, knew I had nowhere to run. Those terrible eyes never left mine, filled with a cruel intelligence that seemed to drink in my fear. "Why?" I gasped out, playing for time. "Why are you doing this?" The creature's head tilted, that unsettlingly human gesture again. When it spoke, its voice was like gravel grinding together. "You ask why, little trespasser. We are the guardians, the watchers. We keep the balance." I shook my head, uncomprehending. "Balance of what? We're just hikers. We didn't mean any harm." The creature's lipless mouth stretched in what might have been a smile. "Intention matters not. The old forest demands sacrifice, blood for growth, death for life." It lunged again, faster than I could react. Claws raked across my arm, and I cried out in pain. I swung the branch wildly, more out of desperation than any real hope of doing damage. By some miracle, it connected with the creature's head, producing a satisfying crack. The creature reeled back, shaking its misshapen skull. A low growl rumbled from its chest, no longer toying, but genuinely angry. I knew with cold certainty that my next few moments were likely to be my last. As the creature tensed for another attack, a shout rang out through the trees. "Hey, Ugly, over here!" Carter burst into the clearing, wielding a flaming branch like a torch. The firelight cast wild shadows, making the forest around us seem to writhe and move. The creature hissed, shrinking back from the flames. "Ty, come on!" Carter yelled, waving me toward him. I didn't need to be told twice. I ran, ignoring the burning pain in my chest and arm. Carter waited until I was past him, then hurled the flaming branch at the creature. It screeched, a sound that set my teeth on edge, and retreated into the shadows. We ran, through the underbrush, over fallen logs, ducking under low-hanging branches. Carter led the way, seemingly guided by some instinct I couldn't fathom. Behind us, I could hear the creature crashing through the forest, its enraged howls echoing through the trees. "The others?" I gasped out between breaths. "Safe," Carter panted. "For now. Found a cave. Defensible." As if summoned by his words, the mouth of a cave loomed before us, a dark slash in a rocky hillside. Thomas stood at the entrance, another flaming branch in his hands. "Inside," he yelled. "Quickly." We dove into the cave just as an ear-splitting howl split the night air. Thomas thrust his makeshift torch toward the entrance, revealing our pursuer. The creature prowled at the edge of the firelight, its eyes reflecting the flames like twin infernos. "Back," Thomas said, his voice surprisingly steady. "Back, you bastard." The creature snarled but didn't approach. It paced back and forth, clearly wary of the fire. After what felt like an eternity, it melted back into the forest with a final baleful glare. We sagged in relief, the adrenaline that had kept us going suddenly deserting us. The pain of my injuries came rushing back, and I hissed through clenched teeth. "Jesus, Ty," Carter said, getting a good look at me in the firelight. "You're a mess." "Yeah," I managed a weak grin. "You should see the other guy." Thomas helped me deeper into the cave where Mark lay propped against the wall. His face was pale, pinched with pain, but his eyes were clear. "Thought you were a goner," he said as I slumped down beside him. I shook my head. Can't get rid of me that easy. Carter knelt beside us, rummaging through the meager supplies we'd managed to grab in our flight from the campsite. He produced a first aid kit, battered but mercifully intact. "Okay," he said, his voice all business. "Let's get you patched up." As Carter cleaned and bandaged my wounds, Thomas kept watch at the cave entrance. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional distant howl that set our nerves on edge. "So," Mark said eventually, "anyone want to talk about what the hell those things are?" We exchanged glances, each of us reluctant to voice the impossible things we'd seen and heard. "It called itself a guardian," I said finally. "Said something about keeping the balance, that the forest demands sacrifice." Thomas shook his head. "That's insane. It's just an animal, a weird, scary animal, but—" "No," Carter interrupted, his voice firm. "You heard it talk. You saw its eyes. That's no animal." A heavy silence fell over us. The implications of Carter's words hung in the air, too terrifying to fully contemplate. "So what do we do?" Mark asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "How do we fight something like that?" I shook my head, wincing as the movement pulled at my freshly bandaged wounds. "I don't think we can fight it. Not head-on, at least. We need to find a way out of this forest." Thomas turned from his vigil at the cave entrance, his face grave in the flickering firelight. "That's easier said than done. We're miles from any trail, with no supplies and 2 injured people. And those things are out there hunting us. We can't just sit here and wait to die," Carter said, his voice tight with frustration. He paced the small confines of the cave, running his hands through his hair. "There has to be something we can do." As if in response to his words, a low, rhythmic sound began to echo through the cave. At first I thought it was just the wind, or perhaps my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. But as it grew louder, I realized it was coming from deeper within the cave. "Do you guys hear that?" I asked, struggling to sit up straighter. The others fell silent, listening. The sound was clearer now, a steady, pulsing beat like a giant heart throbbing in the earth. "What the hell is that?" Mark whispered, his eyes wide with fear. Thomas took a tentative step deeper into the cave, holding the torch out in front of him. The firelight revealed a narrow passage leading downward, disappearing into darkness. "I think it's coming from down there," he said, his voice hushed with awe and fear. We exchanged glances, each of us wrestling with the same dilemma. The rational part of my mind screamed that we should stay put, that venturing deeper into an unknown cave system while being hunted by monsters was suicide. But another part of me, a part that seemed to resonate with that strange, pulsing rhythm, whispered that answers lay in the darkness below. "We should check it out," I said, surprised by the certainty in my own voice. "Are you insane?" Mark hissed. "We barely survived those things out there. Who knows what's down in that cave?" Carter helped me to my feet, his face set with determination. "Ty's right. Whatever's down there, it might be our only chance of understanding what's happening. And understanding might be our only chance of survival." Thomas hesitated, glancing back at the cave entrance. "What if those creatures come back while we're down there?" "We'll leave a fire burning here," Carter said. "If they're afraid of fire, it might keep them at bay, and we'll be able to find our way back." It wasn't a great plan, but it was the only one we had. With some effort, we managed to get Mark on his feet, Thomas and Carter supporting him between them. I picked up a branch from our makeshift fire, ignoring the pain that flared in my injured arm. "Everyone ready?" I asked, trying to inject more confidence into my voice than I felt. With nods of grim determination, we began our descent into the heart of the cave. The passage was narrow and treacherous, forcing us to move in single file. The walls seemed to pulse in the flickering torchlight, in time with the strange heartbeat that grew louder with every step. As we ventured deeper, the air grew thick and humid, carrying a musty scent that reminded me of damp earth and decaying leaves. The rock beneath our feet gave way to soft soil, and roots began to protrude from the walls, twisting and writhing like living things. "Guys," Mark said, his voice tight with pain and fear, "I don't like this. Something feels wrong. I was about to agree when the passage suddenly opened up into a vast cavern. The sight that greeted us stole the breath from my lungs. In the center of the cavern stood an enormous tree, its trunk easily as wide as a house. But this was no ordinary tree. Its bark pulsed with an inner light, veins of luminescence spreading up into branches that disappeared into the darkness above. And at its base, pulsing in time with the light, was what could only be described as a heart, a massive organic structure that throbbed with unnatural life. "Oh my God," Carter breathed. "What is this place?" Before anyone could respond, a voice echoed through the cavern, the same gravelly, inhuman voice we'd heard in the forest above. "Welcome, trespassers," it said, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Welcome to the heart of the old forest." From the shadows emerged the creature that had been hunting us, but it was changed. Gone was the feral, predatory stance. It stood almost regally now, its misshapen form somehow noble in the pulsing light of the great tree. "You have proven yourselves worthy," it continued. "Few have the courage to seek understanding in the face of terror." What are you?" I managed to ask, my voice barely above a whisper. The creature's lipless mouth curved in what might have been a smile. "We are the guardians, the watchers. We are the old forest made flesh." It gestured toward the pulsing heart of the tree. "This is the source, the wellspring of life that feeds these ancient woods. For millennia, we have protected it from those who would destroy, those who would take, without giving in return." "But we didn't want to destroy anything," Thomas protested. "We were just hiking." The creature's eyes, those terrifyingly intelligent eyes, fixed on Thomas. "Intention matters not. The balance must be maintained. Blood for growth, death for life. It is the way of things." A chill ran down my spine as I began to understand. "You've been killing people," I said, "sacrificing them to this." The creature nodded, a bizarrely human gesture on its inhuman form. "The old ways demand tribute, but you are different. You sought to understand, even in your fear. That is rare." It took a step closer, its clawed hand outstretched. "You have a choice now. Join us. Become one with the old forest, or leave and never return. But know this: the knowledge you carry is a burden. The outside world cannot know of this place." We exchanged glances, each of us grappling with the impossible decision before us. The pulsing light of the tree seemed to call to something deep within me, a primal part that longed to be one with the ancient power that thrummed through this place. But then I thought of home, of the lives we'd left behind, of all the people who would never know what happened to us if we stayed. "We can't stay," I said, surprised by the strength in my own voice. "This isn't our world. But we won't reveal your secret. We'll make sure no one else comes here." The creature regarded us silently for a long moment, its ancient eyes seeming to peer into our very souls. Finally, it nodded. "So be it," it said. "You may leave. But remember, the old forest is always watching, always waiting, and should you ever return." It left the threat unspoken, but we understood. With a final, long look at the pulsing heart of the forest, we turned and began the long journey back to the world we knew. The trek out of the forest was a blur of exhaustion and lingering fear. True to its word, the creature and its brethren left us unmolested. We emerged from the tree line as dawn broke, battered, bloodied, but alive. In the years that followed, we kept our promise. We never spoke of what we'd seen in the depths of the redwood forest. But on quiet nights, when the wind whispers through the trees, I sometimes think I can hear that otherworldly heartbeat. And I know that somewhere out there, in the oldest, darkest parts of the world, ancient powers still lurk, watching and waiting. Quick preface. My uncle was a sheriff's deputy and search and rescue officer in the Northwest United States back in the 1990s. This experience is told from my uncle's view, with a few explanations for myself. He asked that I keep the location hidden for anonymity purposes. It was the summer of 1992. I was a couple years into my job with the county sheriff's office. Summers were busy, and a ton of people would go camping and hiking up here. So naturally, people would occasionally get lost. Search and rescue was something I was voluntold to do as a rookie, but I learned to love it. Helping people, especially in life or death situations, was the reason I became a deputy. So search and rescue gave me that rush, as my normal law enforcement duties were almost always mundane in my small town. Anyway, here we go. We received a call from a lady in Arizona one Tuesday morning. She claimed her husband and young grandson had driven up here on Friday for a weekend camping trip. They hadn't returned on Monday as scheduled, and she was worried they were lost. So we geared up the search and rescue team consisting of myself, 4 other deputies, 15 civilian volunteers, and 2 bloodhound search and rescue dogs. We made it to their campsite around noon. Upon first inspection, everything in the camp seemed relatively normal. We searched their tent and found all their belongings sitting inside. Truck keys, wallet, map, water, food, all sat in the tent undisturbed. A small pot filled with water and now extra soggy macaroni noodles sat above a long, dead fire pit. It was obvious they had left in a hurry. No tracks were visible to determine what direction they went, so we used a pair of socks we found inside the tent as a base smell for the hounds. They caught the scent and started leading us north of the campsite. As we walked, I looked at my partner, and we both shook and lowered our heads. North of their campsite were tens of thousands of acres of dense woods. We knew this was going to be a long search. As we searched, we used a grid pattern. A grid pattern is roughly an acre-sized square on a map that search and rescue uses to determine a more precise direction that someone might have gone. The weirdest part was that the hounds would pick up their scent in one square, but none of the squares directly next to that one. This happened multiple times. It was like someone plucked these guys from their campsite and placed them in random sections of the forest repeatedly. I began to get a very bad feeling after this. Something just didn't seem right about the situation. The team had covered roughly 3 miles of area as the day started to wind down. As dusk started to hit, it was just myself, my buddy Rob, and his hound Russ that stayed behind. The rest of the team made their way back home and would be back tomorrow by morning. I always stayed out overnight when a child was lost. I would get a feeling of guilt being in a warm, safe bed, knowing a child was cold and scared out in the wilderness. We eventually found a small clearing to make camp. By the time night fell, we had a fire blazing, and our sleeping bags were laid out in the grass. Rob and I went over tomorrow's search plan for a bit, ate dinner, and eventually hunkered down for the evening. I lay on my sleeping bag, admiring the incredible number of stars as I began to doze off, I waking up some time later. I sat up and looked around as my eyes began to adjust to the darkness. I felt as if someone was watching me. The urge to look around to ensure no one was sneaking up on me was intense. I called out, "Hello, Sam? Frank? Is that you? We're looking for you. Are you out there?" I didn't hear any response, so I lay down and tried to fall back to sleep. Just a few minutes later, I heard it. Somewhere to my left, past the tree line, came a loud wolf whistle. A wolf whistle is the whistle you hear in movies or TV when a man sees a very attractive woman. I sprang out of my sleeping bag and began frantically scanning the tree line. At this point, Russ was up too. His ears were peaked, and he was whining in the direction of the whistle. I called out again. "Hello, I'm a deputy with the sheriff's office. Do you need help?" "Sam, Frank." I received no response. Rob was awake now, and as I was explaining the situation, the whistle came again, but this time it was from our right. I drew my sidearm and flicked on my flashlight as Rob took out his large buck knife and stood beside me. We scanned the tree line, but we didn't see anything. We continued scanning the tree line, calling out for another 10 minutes before we decided to get the fire going again and wait until dawn to search the area. We didn't hear another whistle for the remainder of the early morning. As dawn broke, Rob and I searched the area. We found 2 pairs of boot prints in the fresh mud. We decided to head back home, get some rest, and return later in the day to continue searching. We were only about 200 feet from the clearing when 2 simultaneous wolf whistles came from behind us. As I turned, I scanned the trees. I didn't see anything at first, but as I looked farther back towards the entrance of the clearing, I saw two silhouettes standing out in the open. We couldn't see any features or clothing as the morning sun was blinding us. I called out and started making my way towards them when they suddenly took off running. I was going to chase them when Rob stopped me. I was puzzled. I said, "Rob, what?" "We're looking for two people, and there they are. Stop wasting time." He replied with, "Stop and think for a second. We're looking for one male adult and one male child, unless that kid is the next Randy Brewer. There's no way he's that tall at age 11. That's when the realization hit me. He was right. Those two silhouettes obviously were not the two people we were searching for. If I was alone or with another deputy, I would have chased them, but I wasn't willing to put a civilian volunteer in danger. We decided to just continue our way back to the trailhead and debrief the team and sheriff on the events that had transpired. The rest of the hike back to the trailhead was uneventful. We met up with the search team and the sheriff when we arrived, as they were getting geared up to head back out. We received a few scoffs and eye rolls when retelling the events that occurred. But the sheriff surprisingly believed our claims. He even had one of the deputies carry an M16 for the remainder of the search. We continued our search for 13 days, never finding the two individuals. A few people claimed they heard wolf whistles while out searching, but I never did hear them again. This mission still haunts me. I've wondered all these years what happened to those two, and if the two silhouettes had something to do with their disappearance. I'm a 33-year-old female from Sweden, and I live in a very small town in the middle of nowhere, but there is at least a lot of very beautiful nature all around, and I love it. I have a favorite spot where I usually go camping at the least once a year nearby, at a beautiful lake pretty far into the woods. It's a popular spot for hikers and canoers, as there are several lakes connected by very little land, or sometimes streams, just barely big enough to paddle through. It's a very beautiful place. I went camping there a bit late this year, as I've had and still have some back issues, so I hadn't been able to head out camping as much as I would have liked this summer, but I was determined to go out there and camp at least once this year before it gets too cold. On September 4th, me and a friend of mine packed our things and headed to the lake. There were a surprising amount of people already there, and a surprising amount of families with kids. But in general, people willing to go this far out of their way to get here are always quite friendly. It was enjoyable, even if the kids were a bit noisy and they tripped over my tent twice. I made some food after setting up my tent right by the lake, enjoying the view, trying to take a dip, but holy crap, it was too cold. I only managed to get to the waist. I enjoyed the rest of the day just taking a nap and watching the lake, feeding some fish in the lake with some leftover pasta, just kind of enjoying nature. It was extremely relaxing, at least during the day. Once it started getting dark, me and my buddy started making a nice big campfire by a wind shelter that no one was using, as it was kind of starting to fall apart due to age. But as it was next to the tent, we figured we might as well use the fireplace already there, and some of the firewood people left for others to use. So we sat there, roasting marshmallows, lighting torches I brought with me just cause. Why not? And we watched the stars late into the night. Eventually we did get tired and decided it was time to go to sleep. Sleep was something I unfortunately failed to do, due to my buddy snoring very loudly. I was kind of just scrolling on Twitter, chatting with folks, trying to just get tired enough to doze off. But at about 4 a.m., still awake, still just trying to pass time, as by now I didn't expect to get any sleep at all. I was lying there in the tent, messing with my phone, when all of a sudden I heard a loud splash right outside the tent, followed by screams. They sounded like they came from a little girl. This screaming persisted for about a minute or two before everything went dead quiet. As the initial shock of what I just heard settled in, I finally realized, oh shoot, what if that was one of the kids that got up to use the bathroom and fell in the lake? I grabbed my phone to use its flashlight. I went outside to try and see if I could see anything, but it was so pitch black outside that the measly little flashlight on the phone did nothing. I tried getting a look around, and I even tried to point the light into the water to see if anyone was out there. But, again, it was just black. I couldn't see anything, and everything was still dead quiet. I was beginning to panic a bit, still thinking one of the kids might have fallen in and was now on the bottom, and I couldn't see them, meaning I couldn't do anything to help. I decided I'd go around to the other campers, telling them what happened, to see if everyone was accounted for. That meant I went around waking people up at 4 a.m. But after explaining what happened, they were surprisingly thankful over the fact that someone was looking out for them and making sure everyone was accounted for. As it turns out, everyone was in their tents and shelters, asleep, and no one else had heard the screaming but me. Not even my buddy had woken up from the screams, even if we were closest to the lake and it happened right outside. After a while, checking on everyone and such, I really didn't know what to think, as no one was missing. Everyone had been fast asleep. Even the ones I woke up had fallen right back to sleep after that. I decided that I should probably just go back to the tent. So I did. But as I got close to my tent, I barely caught a glimpse of something big diving down under the water that had just been at the shore right in front of my tent. At this point, I decided I'd just go back into the tent and not come back out till dawn, no matter what. When I finally got back into the tent, my buddy had finally woke up, barely, and was asking me what I was doing. I explained everything so far to her, and just as I finished explaining what happened, we both heard something big beginning to pace around our tent. It kept pacing for quite a while, only once going over to the empty wind shelter, pacing around in there for a bit. Its footsteps did not sound like human steps. They were too heavy and sounded more like hooves or something similar as I listened to it clomping around on the wooden floor of the shelter before it came back over to the tent, pacing around our tent again. I wasn't about to go back out to see what it was at that point. We just lay there in silence, waiting for dawn. Once the sun began to come back up, the pacing just kind of stopped. We didn't hear anything walk away, so we just kind of stayed in the tent until we could hear the other campers beginning to wake up. At that point, it did feel safe to actually get out of the tent again, chatting with the other campers. They hadn't heard anything, and most of them had slept through the night without any issue, with the exception of me waking up some of them to ask if everyone was okay. And again, they were actually thankful that I'd gone out of my way to check on them, even if we were all strangers. It had made them feel safe that someone had been looking out for them. But since it was none of the other campers, that leaves the question of what was in the water, what screamed, and what was pacing around outside the tent until dawn. What a creepy night. Feels like I experienced a horror movie plot in real life. And yet I do want to get back out there again next summer. But this time, I'll set up camp a bit further away from the water. Growing up in a small town in northern Maine, I was more concerned with practical matters like chopping firewood and helping Dad fix our beat-up truck than ghost stories or urban legends. I've never been one to believe in the supernatural. The closest I'd come to anything unexplained was finding deer tracks that seemed to vanish mid-stride in fresh snow, but I'd always chalked that up to wind or my own inexperience as a tracker. This happened to me in the summer of 2006. It was early June, and I had just finished my junior year of college studying forestry management. The transition from textbooks about soil composition and tree diseases back to the familiar rhythm of small-town life should have been comforting. I was looking forward to a quiet summer back home, working at the local hardware store and spending my free time fishing at the lake that had been my sanctuary since childhood. My childhood best friend Preston had other plans entirely. He'd heard about an old cabin deep in the woods, about a 3-hour drive from our town, through roads that barely deserved the name. The story came from his cousin who worked for the State Forestry Service. Supposedly it was abandoned but still in decent shape, built by some hermit in the 1940s who'd wanted to disappear from the world entirely. Preston thought it would be the perfect spot for a week-long getaway, a chance to reconnect with nature and escape the suffocating familiarity of our hometown. I wasn't particularly enthusiastic about the idea. The thought of staying at some random cabin in the middle of nowhere didn't exactly appeal to me. I'd spent enough nights in the wilderness during my forestry courses to know that isolation could turn dangerous quickly. Weather could change without warning. Accidents happened when you were miles from help, and there were always the practical concerns about bears and other wildlife. But Preston was nothing if not persistent, wearing me down with a combination of logical arguments and emotional appeals to our friendship. "Come on," he'd said, leaning against my father's workbench while I organized bolts by size. "When's the next time we'll both be free like this? Next summer you'll be doing internships, and I'll be starting that job in Portland. This might be our last chance to really get away together." Eventually, I gave in to his reasoning. We only live once, and we don't stay young forever. The mundane routine of small-town summer work would still be there when we returned. We spent 2 days preparing, packing his old Jeep with enough food for a week, sleeping bags rated for mountain temperatures, fishing gear, and even threw in a couple of rifles, a toy .30-06 and a .22, just in case we encountered any dangerous wildlife. The drive there started pleasantly enough, mostly winding roads through dense woods that gradually grew thicker and more untamed. We passed through a few small towns, each one seeming more remote than the last, until even those disappeared entirely. The pavement gave way to gravel, then to dirt roads that showed clear signs of infrequent use. Branches scraped against the Jeep's sides, and more than once we had to stop to move fallen logs that blocked our path. As we got further from civilization, I noticed my cell signal growing progressively weaker. The bars on my phone dropped one by one until they disappeared entirely, leaving only "no service" blinking mockingly on the screen. Preston assured me this was normal for the area, and I had to admit that back in 2006, cell coverage in remote mountain regions was spotty at best. Even so, the complete absence of connection to the outside world left me feeling unsettled in a way I couldn't quite articulate. The final hour of driving tested both the Jeep's capabilities and our patience. The road, if it could still be called that, was little more than 2 tire tracks separated by a strip of grass and weeds. We forded 2 shallow streams, the water reaching nearly to the door frames, and climbed grades so steep I worried we might flip backward. The trees closed in around us, their canopy so thick that even in the middle of the afternoon we were driving through a green-tinted twilight. When we finally arrived at the cabin, the sun was setting behind the mountains, casting long shadows that made the forest floor look like it was covered in dark pools. The cabin was smaller than I'd expected, a simple one-room structure with a small porch out front. The logs were weathered to a silver gray, but the construction looked solid enough. Someone had taken care in building this place, with careful attention to detail that spoke of a craftsman who'd intended it to last. Inside, the cabin was spartanly furnished but functional. A stone fireplace dominated one wall, with a couple of old chairs positioned in front of it, and a rickety wooden table pushed against the opposite wall. The floorboards were wide pine planks, worn smooth by decades of use, and there were built-in bunks along the back wall that looked sturdy despite their age. It was basic, but it would serve our purposes for a week. We spent the remainder of daylight getting settled and exploring the immediate area. There was a hand pump well about 50 yards from the cabin that still produced clear, cold water, and someone had built a fire pit ringed with stones in a small clearing behind the structure. The forest pressed in close on all sides, so thick that you couldn't see more than 20 or 30 feet in any direction before the trees swallowed everything in shadow. The first couple of days were actually quite enjoyable, reminding me why I'd chosen to study forestry in the first place. We hiked trails that showed signs of deer and smaller game, fished in a nearby stream that was crystal clear and surprisingly productive, and sat around the campfire at night sharing stories and beers we'd brought from home. The isolation that had initially unsettled me began to feel liberating. There were no deadlines, no professors demanding papers, no parents asking about my future plans. It almost felt like we were kids again, with no greater care in the world than where we'd explore next. Preston had brought a portable radio, and we managed to pick up a station from somewhere in New Hampshire that played classic rock. The music drifted through the cabin as we cooked simple meals and played cards by lamplight. During the day, the forest was alive with bird calls and the rustle of small creatures moving through the underbrush. Everything seemed perfectly normal, exactly what you'd expect from a wilderness retreat. It was on the 3rd night that things began to take a disturbing turn. We'd gone to bed early, planning to get up at dawn for a long hike to what Preston's cousin had described as a hidden waterfall about 5 miles northeast of the cabin. I'd fallen asleep easily enough, lulled by the familiar sounds of wind in the pine boughs and the distant hoot of an owl. I was jolted awake in the middle of the night by a sound I couldn't quite place at first. It started as a low vibration, almost below the threshold of hearing, like the rumble of distant thunder or a freight train miles away. But it didn't fade the way natural sounds do. Instead, it seemed to be coming from all around us, vibrating through the cabin walls and up through the floorboards into my bones. I sat up in my sleeping bag, heart already beginning to pound with an instinctual alarm I couldn't rationalize. The sound wasn't like anything I'd encountered in my forestry studies or camping experiences. It wasn't the territorial call of a bull moose or the huffing of a black bear investigating our food supplies. This was something else entirely, something that triggered a primal fear response I didn't even know I possessed. "Preston," I whispered into the darkness. "Do you hear that?" There was no response from the other side of the cabin. I looked over to where he'd been sleeping and saw only an empty sleeping bag, the blankets thrown back as if he'd left in a hurry. A wave of panic rose in my chest. Where had he gone? If he'd needed to step outside to relieve himself, why wouldn't he have woken me? We'd established that as a safety protocol on the first night. Never go outside alone after dark. The vibration grew louder and more distinct, resolving into something that could only be described as a growl. But unlike any animal sound I'd ever heard, it had an intelligence behind it, a deliberate quality that suggested whatever was making it was aware of our presence and was intentionally trying to intimidate us. Then I heard something moving around outside the cabin, heavy footsteps that circled our shelter with methodical precision. They were slow and deliberate, each step measured and purposeful. The rhythm reminded me of a person walking, but the weight and spacing were all wrong. These footsteps belonged to something much larger than any human, and they carried an unnatural quality that made my skin crawl. I grabbed my flashlight and the .36 rifle, my hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped the weapon twice while loading it. Moving as quietly as possible, I made my way to the cabin's single door, pressing my ear against the wood to try to determine exactly where the sounds were coming from. Suddenly, the growling stopped, leaving only the sound of those deliberate footsteps as they continued their circuit around our shelter. The silence was somehow worse than the noise had been. In that quiet, I could hear my own heartbeat thundering in my ears and the whisper of my breath as I tried to control my panic. "Preston," I called out, my voice barely above a whisper but sounding impossibly loud in the stillness. The footsteps paused. Whatever was out there had heard me and was now standing motionless somewhere in the darkness beyond the door. I waited, rifle aimed at the entrance, every muscle in my body coiled with tension. Seconds stretched into minutes, and still nothing moved. I don't know what made me do it. Perhaps some misguided notion that I needed to rescue Preston, or maybe just the unbearable suspense of not knowing what was happening outside. Against every instinct screaming at me to stay barricaded inside, I slowly opened the door. Outside, the night was utterly black. The moon was either new or hidden behind the thick canopy of trees, and no stars were visible through the interwoven branches above. I swept my flashlight beam across the clearing in front of the cabin, the circle of light seeming pitifully small against the vast darkness that surrounded us. That's when I saw it. About 20 feet away, just at the edge of the trees where my light began to fade, stood something that defied every rational explanation I could summon. It was tall, at least 7 feet, and vaguely human in its basic shape, but wrong in every possible detail. Its arms were grotesquely elongated, hanging nearly to the ground like some nightmare version of an ape. Its legs seemed bent at impossible angles, as if the joints faced the wrong direction entirely. But it was the creature's skin that truly horrified me. It seemed to shift and ripple in the flashlight beam, like it couldn't decide what texture it wanted to maintain. One moment it appeared smooth and pale, almost translucent, and the next it looked rough and bark-like, covered in what might have been scales or scabs. The thing's face was the worst part of all. It didn't have features so much as suggestions of features, as if someone had tried to sculpt a human head from memory and gotten all the proportions horribly wrong. Where its eyes should have been, there were only dark, empty holes that seemed to absorb my flashlight beam rather than reflect it. Its mouth was nothing more than a jagged gash that opened and closed rhythmically, revealing rows of sharp, thin teeth that looked more like broken glass than anything organic. I stood there paralyzed, unable to move or even think coherently. Every instinct told me to run, to shoot, to do something, but I remained frozen in place like a deer caught in headlights. The creature slowly turned its head toward me, angling it in a way that no human neck could manage, studying me with those empty eye sockets. For a moment that felt like hours, we simply stared at each other across that small clearing. Then it took a step forward, and the spell was broken. I snapped from my trance and slammed the door shut, fumbling with the old-fashioned slide bolt with hands that refused to stop shaking. I backed away from the entrance, rifle aimed and ready, though I doubted any conventional weapon would do much good against whatever that thing was. The cabin fell silent for a long, agonizing moment. Then I heard it, a scratching sound, like claws or fingernails dragging across wood. Something was trying to get in, working methodically at the door frame and walls. The scratching moved around the cabin's perimeter, testing every possible entry point. I tracked the sound with my rifle, though shooting blindly through the walls seemed like a waste of ammunition I might desperately need later. The creature, for lack of a better word, seemed to understand the cabin's construction better than I did. The scratching focused on specific points: the door frame, the window casings, even what sounded like the stone foundation. It was probing for weaknesses with an intelligence that terrified me almost as much as its appearance had. Occasionally, the scratching would stop, replaced by that low, rumbling growl I'd heard earlier. During these pauses, I could hear it moving around outside, those impossibly heavy footsteps circling the cabin again and again. Sometimes it would pause at the door, and I could swear I heard breathing, slow, deliberate inhalations and exhalations that seemed to come from lungs much larger than any human's. I'm not sure how long I stood there in the darkness, rifle pointed at various parts of the cabin as the sounds moved around the perimeter. It felt like hours, though it was probably closer to 30 or 40 minutes. My arms ached from holding the weapon ready, and my legs trembled with fatigue and terror. Eventually, the scratching stopped, replaced once again by that ominous silence. I didn't dare move or lower my weapon. Every shadow in the cabin seemed to shift and threaten in the weak light from my flashlight. I waited, listening for any sound that might indicate the creature was still outside, but heard nothing except the normal sounds of wind in the trees and the distant call of a night bird. As the first rays of sunlight began to filter through the cabin's dirty windows, painting everything in a pale gray light, I heard new sounds outside, footsteps again, but these were undeniably human in their rhythm and weight. "Hey, you up?" came Preston's familiar voice from outside the door. I nearly collapsed with relief. I rushed to the door and flung it open, not caring about caution anymore. There stood Preston, looking confused and concerned at my disheveled appearance and the rifle clutched in my white-knuckled hands. "Where the hell have you been?" I demanded, my voice cracking with exhaustion and residual fear. "What are you talking about?" he replied, genuinely puzzled. "I went for an early morning hike, just like I told you last night I was planning to do. Don't you remember?" I didn't remember any such conversation. In fact, my memory of the previous evening was strangely hazy, as if I was trying to recall a dream that had already begun to fade. Had I imagined the entire terrifying experience? Was it possible I'd had some kind of breakdown, a stress-induced hallucination brought on by the isolation and unfamiliar surroundings? But then I saw them, deep, jagged scratches gouged into the outside of the door, splintering the weathered wood and exposing the lighter timber underneath. The marks were fresh, the wood still showing white where something with considerable strength had clawed at the entrance. These weren't the random scratches of a bear or other known wildlife. They were too deliberate, too systematic, arranged in patterns that suggested intelligence and purpose. More disturbing still were the footprints in the soft earth around the cabin. They were huge, at least twice the size of my boot, and unlike anything in any tracking guide I'd ever studied. The prints showed what might have been toes, but they were elongated and seemed to end in sharp points. They formed a clear path from the tree line to the cabin door. circling the structure multiple times before disappearing back into the forest. Preston saw them too, and I watched his face drain of color as he tried to process what he was looking at. "What made those?" he asked quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. I told him everything that had happened during the night, describing the creature in as much detail as I could manage. To his credit, he didn't laugh or suggest I'd been dreaming. He'd grown up in these woods too, and he knew there were things in the deep wilderness that couldn't easily be explained or categorized. We packed up immediately and left that very morning, our week-long retreat cut short after just 3 nights. The drive home was tense and largely silent, both of us jumping at every shadow that moved in the forest around the dirt road. That was over 15 years ago now, but I still think about that night regularly. I've never been back to those woods, and I doubt I ever will. Whatever I encountered out there might still be roaming those remote hills, and I have no desire for a second meeting. I used to scoff at people who believed in things that couldn't be scientifically explained, but my experience at that cabin changed my perspective entirely. There are places in this world where the normal rules don't seem to apply, where things exist that challenge everything we think we know about reality. The northern Maine wilderness is vast and largely unexplored, full of hidden valleys and remote areas where anything might be possible. Sometimes, late at night when I can't fall asleep, I find myself wondering, was that creature alone, or are there others like it moving through the darkness between the trees? And if someone else stumbles across that cabin, will they be as fortunate as I was to escape with only the memory of terror, rather than becoming something much worse? I pray to God they never have to find out. The Scottish Highlands stretched endlessly before us as our rental car wound through the narrow mountain roads. I pressed my face against the cool window, watching the imposing peaks shrouded in gray mist. Our annual family vacation to the remote lodge had become a tradition I'd grown to cherish, though this year felt different somehow. The air seemed heavier, more oppressive than I remembered. Our lodge sat nestled among a cluster of similar wooden structures, all owned by the same hospitality company that operated the Grand Hotel just a 10-minute walk through the pine-scented trails. The building itself was substantial, 2 stories of dark timber with large windows that reflected the surrounding forest like watchful eyes. My parents had been coming here since before I was born, drawn by the isolation and the luxury amenities of the nearby hotel. My family consisted of my parents, my Aunt Beverly, who joined us this year after her recent divorce, my 16-year-old sister Iris with her constant phone addiction, and my 10-year-old sister Lucy, who still believed in monsters under the bed. At 18, I felt responsible for watching over them all, a burden that weighed heavier as we unpacked our belongings in the eerily quiet surroundings. The other lodges appeared mostly empty, their windows dark and lifeless. Only 3 or 4 showed signs of occupation, flickering television screens casting blue shadows against drawn curtains, the occasional silhouette moving past a window. The isolation that usually comforted me now felt ominous, as if we were being watched by unseen eyes from the dense forest that pressed against the backs of all the buildings. That first evening, as I stood on our wooden deck breathing in the crisp mountain air, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The forest seemed to pulse with hidden life, branches creaking and swaying despite the absence of wind. Even the usual sounds of nocturnal creatures were strangely muted, as if nature itself was holding back, waiting for something terrible to unfold. The hotel's indoor pool had always been our daily ritual, a luxurious heated oasis that made the Scottish chill bearable. The facility was impressive, Olympic-sized with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the mountain vista, surrounded by pristine white tiles that echoed every sound. We'd established our routine over the years: morning swim, afternoon lounging, evening return to the lodge. On our 4th day, everything changed. The moment we entered the pool area, I noticed him. A man in his early 30s with an athletic build and pale skin that suggested he spent more time indoors than his physique implied. He wore expensive-looking goggles that completely obscured his eyes, making it impossible to tell where he was looking. But I felt his attention on us immediately, a crawling sensation across my skin that made me want to leave. His swimming pattern was bizarre. Instead of doing proper laps, he would dive underwater and remain submerged for unnaturally long periods. When he surfaced, he would be in completely different locations around the pool, always closer to where our family had positioned ourselves. The water distorted his movements beneath the surface, creating ghostly ripples that seemed to follow us wherever we moved. My mother noticed it first. She had a sixth sense about dangerous situations, honed by years of protecting her children. Without saying a word, she caught my eye and gave the subtle signal we'd developed over the years, a slight tilt of her head that meant stay alert and be ready to leave. But her warning came too late. The man was already underwater again, swimming directly beneath us. I watched in growing horror as his distorted form passed under Lucy, then Iris, then myself. He moved with predatory precision, taking his time, studying us from below like a shark circling prey. His presence felt invasive, violating, as if he were mentally photographing us for some unspeakable purpose. The chlorinated water suddenly felt contaminated, poisoned by his intrusion. When he surfaced just meters away from Iris, water streaming from his goggles in a way that made his face appear skeletal, my mother made the decision. We're leaving, now. Her voice carried an urgency that brooked no argument. We climbed out quickly, our wet feet slapping against the cold tiles as we headed for the changing rooms, all of us acutely aware of the man's continued presence in the pool behind us. The men's changing room reeked of industrial disinfectant and damp concrete, a sterile smell that couldn't quite mask something else underneath, something organic and unpleasant. I was alone, my father having finished changing and left already, when I heard the heavy door creak open behind me. My heart hammered against my ribs as footsteps echoed off the wet tiles, deliberate and measured. I didn't need to turn around to know it was him. The same presence I'd felt in the pool was now confined in this small, windowless space with me. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I forced myself to continue dressing, my fingers trembling as I struggled with my shirt buttons. The footsteps stopped directly behind me, close enough that I could hear his breathing, slow, controlled, watching. The silence stretched on for what felt like hours but was probably only seconds. I could feel his eyes boring into my back, studying me with the same predatory focus he'd shown in the pool. My hands shook as I grabbed my wet swimming clothes and shoved them into my bag. When I finally worked up the courage to glance in the fogged mirror mounted on the wall, I caught a glimpse of his reflection, still wearing those impenetrable goggles, his mouth curved in what might have been a smile. I left without looking back, pushing through the door with such force it slammed against the wall. Outside, my family was clustered together near the hotel entrance, their faces tight with concern. "He followed you in there, didn't he?" my mother asked, though her expression said she already knew the answer. The violation felt complete. He'd marked us somehow, claimed us as his target. Lucy announced she needed the bathroom, and we all started walking toward the ladies' restroom near the hotel lobby. But as we approached, our collective breath caught. There he was again, the same man from the pool and changing room, loitering near the entrance to the women's facilities. He wasn't trying to hide his presence. If anything, he seemed to want us to see him there, to understand that nowhere was safe from his attention. My mother's protective instincts kicked in immediately. "I'm going with you," she told Lucy, taking her hand firmly. As they disappeared inside, the rest of us waited in the corridor, my Aunt Beverly wrapping her arms around Iris protectively. The man made no attempt to leave or even look away from us. He simply stood there, motionless and patient, like a predator confident in its eventual success. When my mother and Lucy emerged from the bathroom, my mother's face was ashen. "There was a woman in there," she whispered urgently as we huddled together. "Middle-aged, maybe 45. She came in right after us and went into a stall but left the door wide open, just stood there staring at me for the longest time before finally closing the door. Something's very wrong here. We need to get back to the lodge immediately." The walk back to our lodge usually took about 8 minutes through the winding forest path, a pleasant stroll we'd made countless times over the years. But today, every step felt measured and watched. The canopy above filtered the late afternoon light into strange, shifting patterns that played tricks on our peripheral vision. Branches seemed to move when we weren't looking directly at them, and the usual bird song was conspicuously absent. We were barely 50 meters from the hotel when I spotted her. The woman from the bathroom was following us, maintaining a distance of maybe 30 feet, close enough that we could see her clearly but far enough to maintain the pretense that our paths just happened to coincide. She was tall and lean, with prematurely gray hair pulled back severely and clothes that looked expensive but practical, the kind of outfit someone might wear for hiking or hunting. Her gait was wrong. She didn't walk like someone out for a casual stroll or even someone trying to get somewhere specific. Her movements were deliberate and predatory, each step placed carefully and quietly. She kept her head up, scanning the area constantly, but her attention always returned to us. It was the focused attention of someone tracking prey, calculating distances and opportunities. "Don't look back," my father whispered, but it was impossible not to. Every few seconds, one of us would glance over our shoulder to find her still there, matching our pace exactly. When we slowed down, she slowed down. When we picked up speed, she adjusted accordingly. There was no pretense anymore. She was hunting us, and she wanted us to know it. The forest path forked in several directions, offering multiple routes back to the lodge area. In previous years, we'd enjoyed exploring these different trails, discovering scenic viewpoints and hidden clearings. Now, each junction felt like a trap. We chose the most direct route home, hoping to minimize our exposure, but she seemed to know the trail system as well as we did. At one point, she disappeared entirely. For maybe 2 minutes, we thought we'd lost her, walking faster and breathing a bit easier. Then Iris spotted her again. She had taken a parallel path and was now ahead of us, emerging from a side trail that would put her between us and the lodge. The tactical nature of her movement was chilling. This wasn't random stalking, it was a coordinated hunt. By the time we reached the cluster of lodges, our nerves were completely frayed. We could see our building, Lodge Number 7, just ahead, its familiar wooden facade offering the promise of locks and walls between us and whatever these people wanted. But as we approached our front door, fumbling for keys with shaking hands, we realized she was still out there, still watching, still waiting. From the safety of our lodge's front window, we watched the woman with growing dread. She didn't leave when we disappeared inside. Instead, she began what could only be described as reconnaissance. Moving with disturbing purpose, she walked between the lodges in a systematic pattern, pausing at windows, testing door handles, studying the layout of each building like she was memorizing architectural details. The other lodges showed no signs that their occupants were aware of her presence. Curtains remained drawn, doors stayed closed. The normal sounds of vacation life, television, conversation, children playing, continued undisturbed. We seemed to be the only ones who had noticed this predatory survey of the premises, which made the situation feel even more isolated and hopeless. After maybe 20 minutes of this methodical inspection, she stopped directly in front of Lodge Number 6, the one immediately next to ours. For a long moment, she simply stood there, head tilted slightly as if listening for something. Then she walked around to the back of the building, disappearing from our view but not from our thoughts. The knowledge that she was so close, separated from us by maybe 30 feet and some wooden walls, made my skin crawl. When she reappeared, she was walking straight toward the forest that bordered all the lodges on their rear sides. The tree line was dense and dark, a wall of pine and birch that stretched for miles into the highland wilderness. In all our years of coming here, none of us had ever seen anyone enter those woods. There were no marked trails, no signs indicating they were open to guests, and something about the forest itself seemed to discourage exploration. But she walked into the trees without hesitation, as if she knew exactly where she was going. Within moments, the shadows swallowed her completely, leaving only the gentle swaying of branches to mark her passage. The forest seemed to close behind her like a curtain, and suddenly the woods felt alive with hidden presence. Every shadow could be concealing watchers. Every rustling branch could mark someone moving through the undergrowth. "Where did she go?" Lucy asked, pressing her face against the window. Why did she go in there? None of us had answers, but we all felt the same creeping certainty that she hadn't gone far. She was still out there, somewhere in that maze of trees directly behind our lodge, probably watching us through the windows we couldn't see from inside. The afternoon light was fading, casting long shadows that made the forest even more impenetrable. Soon it would be completely dark, and we'd have no way of knowing where she was or what she was planning. The woods that had always seemed like a natural barrier protecting the lodges from whatever lay beyond now felt like a hiding place for predators who knew the terrain better than we did. Night fell over the lodge like a suffocating blanket, bringing with it a silence that felt unnatural and oppressive. We'd eaten dinner in tense quiet, jumping at every small sound, the settling of the wooden structure, the whisper of wind through the eaves, the distant hoot of an owl. By 9 o'clock, we were all exhausted from the constant state of alertness, but none of us wanted to go to bed. Iris had been the first to retreat to her room, claiming she needed to charge her phone and maybe try to get some sleep. Her bedroom was on the second floor, facing the back of the lodge where the forest pressed closest to the building. The windows were large, designed to let in maximum natural light during the day, but at night they became dark mirrors that could hide anything lurking outside. We were settled in the main living area, clustered around the television but not really watching, when the knocking started. It wasn't the polite rap of someone at the front door. This was something else entirely. Heavy, deliberate blows against glass that seemed to echo through the entire structure. The sound was wrong, too loud and too forceful for human knuckles. Iris appeared at the top of the stairs within seconds, her face white with terror. "Someone's outside my window," she whispered, her voice shaking. "They're knocking on the glass really hard." The knocking continued as she spoke, a rhythmic pounding that seemed designed to shatter more than just windows. It was meant to shatter our sense of safety, our belief that walls and locks could protect us. I followed her upstairs, my heart hammering against my ribs with each step. Her room was at the far end of the hallway, and with every step closer, the knocking grew louder and more insistent. By the time I reached her doorway, the sound was deafening, like someone taking a sledgehammer to the glass. But when I looked at the windows, they showed no signs of damage, no cracks or stress marks that should have resulted from such violent impacts. "Open the curtains," I told myself, though every instinct screamed against it. My hands trembled as I grasped the heavy fabric, knowing that whatever was out there was probably waiting for exactly this moment. When I finally pulled the curtains aside, the darkness beyond was absolute. The security lights that normally illuminated the rear of the lodge were either broken or blocked, leaving only an impenetrable wall of black that seemed to pulse with malevolent life. But I could feel something out there, a presence pressing against the glass, close enough to touch if not for the barrier between us. The knocking had stopped the moment I opened the curtains, replaced by a silence that was somehow worse. Whatever was outside knew we were looking now, knew we were aware of its presence, and that knowledge seemed to satisfy it in some horrible way. The rest of the family had gathered behind me, clustering in the doorway like frightened animals. "What do you see?" my father whispered, but I couldn't answer because I wasn't sure I was seeing anything at all. Just darkness so complete it seemed solid, and the terrible certainty that something in that darkness was looking back at us. My father and I armed ourselves with the most powerful flashlights we could find, heavy-duty LED units meant for camping that could cut through the highland darkness like searchlights. The moment we stepped outside, the night air hit us with a sharp coldness that seemed to seep through our clothes and settle in our bones. Every breath created clouds of vapor that obscured our vision and made us feel even more vulnerable. The beam of my flashlight swept across the area beneath Iris's window, illuminating patches of disturbed earth and compressed grass that definitely hadn't been there that morning. But it was my Aunt Beverly who made the discovery that turned our concern into genuine terror. "Over here," she called from about 20 feet away, her voice tight with fear. "You need to see this." In the soft earth near the tree line, our flashlight beams revealed two distinct sets of footprints. One set was clearly made by hiking boots with aggressive tread patterns, the kind of footwear someone would choose for navigating rough terrain. The other set was smaller, made by what looked like running shoes, but both sets showed the same purposeful stride pattern. These weren't the wandering tracks of lost hikers or casual walkers. They were the deliberate paths of people who knew exactly where they were going. The prints led away from our lodge in a straight line toward the forest, disappearing into the undergrowth where the ground became too hard and root-tangled to hold impressions. But their direction was clear. Whoever had made these tracks had approached our building from the woods. spent time directly beneath Iris's window, and then retreated back into the darkness from which they'd come. As we stood there studying the evidence, lights began flickering on in the other lodges. First one window, then another, until nearly every occupied building in the cluster showed signs of awakened inhabitants. People were opening curtains, stepping onto porches, scanning the area with their own flashlights. Whatever was happening wasn't isolated to our family anymore. The entire community of guests had been disturbed by something. The sound that cut through the night air next made us all freeze in terror, the deep, rhythmic thrum of helicopter rotors approaching fast and low. Within minutes, a police helicopter appeared over the tree line, its powerful searchlight sweeping back and forth across the lodge area in methodical patterns. The aircraft circled repeatedly, focusing its attention on the forest behind the buildings and occasionally hovering in place as if the crew had spotted something of interest. "They're looking for someone," my father said, stating the obvious but somehow making it feel more real. This wasn't our imagination or paranoia. Law enforcement was actively hunting for dangerous individuals in our immediate vicinity. The helicopter's presence should have been reassuring, but instead it confirmed our worst fears. We weren't safe. We had never been safe, and whatever was out there in the woods was significant enough to warrant a police manhunt. We hurried back inside and secured every possible entry point, placing chairs against doors and checking window locks twice. My father found a large glass jar in the kitchen and balanced it precariously on top of the front door handle, a primitive but effective early warning system that would crash to the floor if anyone tried to force entry while we slept. Morning came with deceptive normalcy, bright Scottish sunlight streaming through our windows, and the cheerful sounds of birds returning to their usual routines. We had spent the night in shifts, someone always awake and watching, but nothing else had disturbed our fragile peace. The helicopter had departed sometime before dawn, leaving behind only the memory of its searchlights and the terrible questions about what it had been hunting. We were packing our belongings, eager to leave this place that had transformed from a beloved retreat into a source of nightmares, when the lodge cleaning service arrived. The housekeeper was a local woman named Mrs. Caldwell who had been maintaining these properties for over a decade. She was typically cheerful and talkative, but today her face was grave with the weight of terrible news. "I'm afraid there's been an incident," she began, setting down her cleaning supplies with unusual care. "The family staying in Lodge number 6, the one right next to yours, they've been found dead. All three of them, a couple and their teenage daughter, visiting from Edinburgh." The words hit us like physical blows, confirming our worst fears while somehow making them infinitely worse. The details she shared made our blood freeze. The family had been discovered by another guest who noticed their rental car hadn't moved in 2 days and became concerned enough to call the management. When authorities entered the lodge, they found a scene of calculated brutality that suggested the killers had taken their time, drawn out the violence for reasons no sane person could understand. "The police believe it was a man and woman working together," Mrs. Caldwell continued, her voice dropping to a whisper as if speaking too loudly might somehow summon the killers back. They'd been watching the lodges for days, studying the guests, choosing their target. Security cameras at the hotel caught footage of them casing different buildings, following families, learning routines. The description she provided matched our stalkers perfectly. The man with the goggles from the pool, the woman who had followed us through the forest. They hadn't been random criminals looking for an easy burglary. They had been hunters, selecting prey with the patience and precision of apex predators. The family in Lodge 6 had simply been unlucky enough to fit whatever criteria these monsters used to choose their victims. "But why kill them?" my mother asked, though her voice suggested she didn't really want to know the answer. "If it was just a robbery, why the violence?" Mrs. Caldwell's expression grew even darker, if that was possible. "The police don't think robbery was the primary motive," she said. "Nothing valuable was taken. The killing was the point. They enjoyed it." As we loaded our car and prepared to leave, I couldn't stop thinking about proximity and luck. Lodge 6 was maybe 30 feet from Lodge 7. If the killers had chosen to go left instead of right when they approached the building cluster, if they had decided our family looked more vulnerable than the other one, if any of a dozen small variables had been different, we would have been the ones discovered by concerned neighbors. The drive home was conducted in shell-shocked silence, each of us lost in thoughts too dark to share. The highland mountains that had seemed so majestic on our arrival now appeared threatening, full of hidden spaces where predators could watch and plan and wait for the perfect moment to strike. Even now, months later, I wake up sometimes thinking about those woods behind the lodge, wondering if the killers are still out there, still hunting, still choosing their next victims with the same methodical patience they had used on us. We never went back to Scotland. Some places, once poisoned by terror, can never be reclaimed. But sometimes, in the darkest hours before dawn, I still hear the sound of knocking on glass and wonder if we were ever really as safe as we believed. The crunch of my boots against the forest floor was the only sound that accompanied me as I hiked deeper into the Alaskan wilderness. As a seasoned park ranger, solitude was a familiar companion, but today, the isolation felt heavier, almost suffocating. The air was thick with an unsettling stillness, broken only by the occasional rustling of leaves that made me pause and scan my surroundings. I had set out on this journey to investigate reports of missing hikers in the area, a task not uncommon in my line of work. However, something about these disappearances felt different, more sinister. The last known locations of the hikers were scattered and erratic, defying the usual patterns of lost travelers. As I trekked further into the dense forest, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I found myself whirling around at the slightest sound, searching for any sign of movement among the towering evergreens. But there was nothing, just an eerie silence that seemed to engulf me. The sun dipped lower on the horizon, casting long shadows across the forest floor. I knew I should start looking for a place to set up camp for the night, but an inexplicable sense of urgency propelled me forward. The missing hikers needed me, and every minute counted. As I pushed deeper into the wilderness, I noticed something peculiar, a faint trail of broken branches and disturbed undergrowth that led off the main path. It was subtle, almost imperceptible to the untrained eye, but years of experience had sharpened my senses. Against my better judgment, I found myself drawn to the anomaly. Step by step, I followed the trail, my heart pounding in my chest as the forest seemed to close in around me. The once comforting sounds of nature took on an eerie quality, like whispers of warning carried on the wind. I tried to shake off the growing unease, attributing it to the isolation and the weight of my task. But as I pressed on, I couldn't escape the feeling that I was no longer alone in the vast expanse of the Alaskan wilderness. Something was out there, watching me, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. With each step, I ventured further into the unknown, unaware of the horrors that awaited me in the heart of the forest. The trail of broken branches led me deeper into the forest, away from the well-trodden paths I was accustomed to. As I navigated the uneven terrain, I couldn't help but notice the eerie absence of animal sounds. The usual chatter of birds and rustling of small creatures had been replaced by an oppressive silence that seemed to amplify every snap of a twig beneath my feet. I pressed on, driven by a mix of curiosity and duty. The trail gradually became more defined, as if something had purposefully carved a path through the dense underbrush. My eyes scanned the ground, searching for any signs of the missing hikers. But what I found instead made my blood run cold. Embedded in the soft earth were a series of tracks unlike anything I had ever encountered. They were large and elongated, with deep impressions that suggested a significant weight behind each step. But what truly unnerved me was the shape of the tracks. They seemed to shift and morph, alternating between a distorted human footprint and something decidedly more animalistic. I crouched down to examine the tracks more closely, my mind struggling to make sense of the peculiar sight. As a park ranger, I prided myself on my knowledge of the local wildlife, but these tracks defied any logical explanation. They seemed to belong to a creature that existed outside the realm of natural law. Lost in thought, I barely registered the sound of approaching footsteps until a voice called out, startling me from my reverie. I spun around, my hand instinctively reaching for the bear spray at my hip. only to find myself face to face with a weathered local man. "You shouldn't be out here alone," he said, his voice low and gravelly. "Not with what's been happening lately." I straightened up, meeting his gaze with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. "What do you mean? Do you know something about the missing hikers?" The man's eyes darted nervously around the forest before settling back on me. "There are things in these woods that defy explanation," he said cryptically. "Things that have been here long before us and will remain long after we're gone." I pressed for more information, but the man simply shook his head and backed away, his gaze never leaving the strange tracks on the ground. "Just be careful out there," he warned. "And if you see something that doesn't belong, don't try to make sense of it. Run." With those ominous words, the man turned and disappeared into the forest, leaving me alone once more with the unsettling tracks and a growing sense of unease. As I continued my journey, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The forest seemed to come alive around me, with shadows taking on ominous shapes and the rustling of leaves sounding like whispers of warning. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of something that made my heart skip a beat. It was a fleeting shadow, darting between the trees with a speed and agility that seemed impossible for any animal I knew. But what truly chilled me to the core was the realization that the shadow had taken on a disturbingly human-like form, mimicking the movements of a person stalking through the undergrowth. I quickened my pace, adrenaline coursing through my veins as I tried to put distance between myself and whatever was lurking in the shadows. But even as I pushed forward, I couldn't escape the growing sense of isolation and vulnerability that settled over me like a suffocating blanket. The forest, once a place of solace and beauty, had transformed into a labyrinth of fear and uncertainty, and with each step, I found myself drawn deeper into its dark embrace, unaware of the horrors that awaited me in the heart of the Alaskan wilderness. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and red, I realized that I had lost all sense of direction. The strange tracks and the eerie encounter with the local man had thrown me off course, and now I found myself wandering aimlessly through the dense forest. The shadows grew longer, and the once comforting sounds of the wilderness took on a sinister edge. The rustling of leaves became whispers, carried on a cold wind that seemed to penetrate straight through my layers of clothing. I strained my ears, trying to discern any familiar sounds that could guide me back to the trail, but what I heard instead made my skin crawl. Amidst the natural sounds of the forest, I caught snatches of something that sounded disturbingly human-like, whispers and murmurs, just on the edge of comprehension, as if someone or something was tracking my every move. I spun around, my eyes scanning the darkening forest for any sign of the source, but there was nothing, just an oppressive silence that seemed to mock my growing paranoia. As I pressed deeper into the wilderness, I stumbled upon a clearing that made my blood run cold. Scattered across the forest floor were the tattered remains of a campsite, with shredded tents and abandoned gear strewn about as if a violent struggle had taken place. My heart pounded in my chest as I cautiously approached, my eyes searching for any clues that could shed light on the fate of the missing hikers. Amidst the chaos, I found a torn and blood-stained journal, its pages fluttering in the cold breeze. With trembling hands, I picked it up and began to read, my eyes widening with each hastily scribbled entry. The words spoke of an unseen presence stalking the hikers, a creature that defied explanation and seemed to possess an uncanny ability to mimic human voices and forms. As I delved deeper into the journal, the entries became more frantic and disjointed, the writer's mind unraveling under the weight of the horrors they had witnessed. The final entry was a chilling warning, scrawled in a shaky hand. "It's not human. It's something else entirely, something ancient and hungry. If you find this, turn back now, before it's too late." I dropped the journal as if it had burned me, my mind reeling with the implications of what I had just read. The missing hikers, the strange tracks, the eerie whispers in the night. It all pointed to a truth too terrifying to comprehend. Something was out there, something that defied the laws of nature and preyed upon the unsuspecting. With a growing sense of dread, I realized that I couldn't continue my search. Not alone, not with the darkness closing in and the unseen threat lurking in the shadows. I needed to find shelter, to regroup and come up with a plan. But even as I set about making camp, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that the very forest itself had become a sentient entity, waiting to swallow me whole. As I huddled around a small fire, the flickering flames casting eerie shadows against the trees, I tried to push down the rising tide of anxiety that threatened to overwhelm me. But with each passing moment, the whispers grew louder, the shadows deeper, and the certainty that I was no longer alone in the vast expanse of the Alaskan wilderness became an inescapable truth. The night closed in around me like a suffocating blanket, the inky darkness broken only by the feeble light of my campfire. I sat huddled against a fallen log, my eyes straining against the shadows that seemed to dance and writhe with a life of their own. The eerie silence that had pervaded the forest during the day had given way to a symphony of unsettling sounds, the cracking of branches, the rustling of leaves, and the distant, echoing whispers that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. As I sat there, my mind racing with the horrifying revelations of the torn journal, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end, and every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, to flee this cursed place and never look back. But I knew that in the darkness, with an unseen predator stalking me, running would only make me an easier target. And so I sat, paralyzed by fear, as the night wore on and the whispers grew louder. At times I could swear I heard my own name being called, the voice a twisted mockery of familiarity that sent chills down my spine. Other times, the whispers took on a more insidious tone, promising safety and comfort if only I would abandon my camp and venture deeper into the forest. But I held fast, my grip on my hunting knife so tight that my knuckles turned white. I knew that the creature out there, whatever it was toying with me, trying to lure me into a trap, and so I stayed put, my eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of movement, my ears straining to pick out the source of the whispers. As the hours dragged on, the paranoia began to take its toll. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves sent my heart racing and my hand reaching for my knife. At one point, I could have sworn I saw a pair of glowing eyes watching me from the shadows, but when I blinked, they were gone. And then, just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. It was the sound of something moving through the underbrush, something large and heavy, circling my camp like a predator stalking its prey. I caught glimpses of it in the flickering light of the campfire, a dark, hulking shape that seemed to shift and change with each passing moment. I tried to calm my breathing, to steady my shaking hands as I gripped my knife tighter. But then, I heard a sound that made me freeze in terror. It was the sound of my own voice, calling out to me from the darkness, pleading for help. At first I thought I was losing my mind, that the isolation and fear had finally taken their toll. But as the voice grew louder, more insistent, I realized with a sinking feeling that it wasn't my imagination. The creature out there, the one that had been stalking me all night, had somehow mimicked my own voice, using it to try and lure me out of the safety of my camp. I closed my eyes, trying to block out the sound of my own voice echoing through the night. But even as I did, I felt a creeping sense of doubt begin to take hold. What if it wasn't a trick? What if there was someone else out there? Someone who needed my help? I shook my head, trying to clear the thought from my mind. I knew better than to fall for such a ruse. But as the night wore on and the whispers grew more insistent, I could feel my resolve beginning to crumble. And then, just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, I made a horrifying discovery. My supplies, which I had carefully organized and secured before settling in for the night, had been tampered with. My food had been scattered, my water bottles emptied, and my compass smashed beyond repair. It was clear that the creature had been here, in my camp while I slept. The thought sent a wave of icy fear through my veins, and I knew that I was no longer safe, even in the light of the campfire. As I sat there, my mind reeling with the realization of just how vulnerable I truly was, I heard a sound that made my heart stop. It was a whisper, so close that I could feel the hot breath on my ear, and in that moment, I knew that the creature was there, right beside me, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. I bolted for my camp, my heart pounding in my chest as I crashed through the underbrush. The whispers and the feeling of hot breath on my skin propelled me forward, overriding the rational part of my brain that warned me against fleeing blindly into the night. All I knew was that I had to get away, to put as much distance as possible between myself and the creature that had invaded my camp. Branches clawed at my face and arms as I ran, my feet pounding against the uneven forest floor. I could hear the sounds of pursuit behind me, the snapping of twigs, the rustling of leaves as the creature gave chase. It moved with an uncanny speed and agility, seeming to flow through the darkness like a shadow given form. I risked a glance over my shoulder, hoping to catch a glimpse of my pursuer. But what I saw made my blood run cold. The creature had changed, its form shifting and morphing with each passing moment. 1 second it was a hulking bear-like beast, its eyes glowing with a malevolent hunger. The next it had taken on a more human-like appearance, its features twisted and distorted in a way that defied comprehension. I turned my attention back to the path ahead, my lungs burning with the effort of my flight. I knew I couldn't keep this up forever. The creature was faster and stronger than me, and it was only a matter of time before it caught up. But I also knew that I couldn't give up, that I had to keep pushing forward no matter the cost. As I ran, I tried to think of a plan, some way to outsmart the creature and escape its grasp. But my mind was a whirlwind of fear and panic, and every idea I had seemed to slip away as quickly as it came. And then, just when I thought all hope was lost, I stumbled upon something that made me stop dead in my tracks. It was a clearing, much like the one I had found earlier, with the remnants of a campsite scattered across the forest floor. But this one was different. The tents were intact, the gear neatly organized, and there was no sign of a struggle. It was as if the occupants had simply vanished into thin air. As I stood there trying to make sense of what I was seeing, I heard a sound that made my heart skip a beat. It was a voice, calling out from the darkness, pleading for help. But this time, it wasn't my own voice. It was the voice of one of the missing hikers, a voice I recognized from the countless hours I had spent studying their case files. For a moment, I was tempted to run towards the voice, to offer aid and comfort to whoever was out there. But then I remembered the creature, the way it had mimicked my own voice to lure me out of my camp. I knew that this was just another trick, another ploy to draw me in and make me vulnerable, and so I turned and ran, leaving the clearing and the ghostly voice behind. I could feel the creature's presence all around me, its form shifting and changing as it pursued me through the dense forest. At times it took on the appearance of a massive serpentine beast, its scales gleaming in the moonlight. At others it appeared as a swarm of insects, a buzzing, chittering mass that nipped at my heels and tried to drag me down. But I refused to let it win. I pushed myself harder, faster, my muscles screaming with the effort. I could feel the creature's hot breath on the back of my neck, could hear its hungry growls and snarls as it closed in for the kill. And then, just when I thought I couldn't take another step, I burst through the tree line. I stumbled into a small clearing, my heart pounding and my lungs burning from the exertion of my flight. As I struggled to catch my breath, I took in my surroundings, desperate for any sign of shelter or safety, and there, nestled against the tree line on the far side of the clearing, I saw it, a small, dilapidated cabin, its wooden walls weathered and worn by the elements. I couldn't believe my luck. A cabin, out here in the middle of nowhere, was like a beacon of hope in the darkness. I approached cautiously, my eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of the creature that had been pursuing me. But the clearing was empty, and the only sound was the gentle rustling of leaves in the night breeze. As I drew closer to the cabin, I noticed that the door was slightly ajar, as if inviting me inside. I hesitated for a moment, my mind racing with the possibilities of what I might find within. But the alternative, facing the horrors of the forest alone, was too terrible to contemplate. And so, with a deep breath and a silent prayer, I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The interior of the cabin was dark and musty, the air heavy with the scent of decay and neglect. I fumbled in my pack for my flashlight, my hands shaking as I switched it on and swept the beam across the room. What I saw made my stomach turn. The cabin was a mess, with overturned furniture and shattered dishes littering the floor. But it was the personal belongings scattered throughout the space that truly chilled me to the bone. There were backpacks and hiking gear, all bearing the same logo as the missing hikers. And there, in the corner, was a pile of tattered clothing, stained with what could only be blood. As I moved deeper into the cabin, my flashlight illuminating the darkened corners, I began to piece together the grim story of what had happened here. The hikers had taken shelter in this cabin, perhaps seeking refuge from the same horrors that now stalked me. But they had not been safe here. The creature had found them, had infiltrated their sanctuary and picked them off one by one. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me as I imagined the terror and desperation they must have felt in their final moments. But I couldn't dwell on that now. I had to focus on my own survival, on finding a way out of this nightmare. As I searched the cabin for anything that might aid me in my escape, I stumbled upon a small, leather-bound journal tucked away in a drawer. With trembling hands, I opened it and began to read, my eyes widening with each page. The journal spoke of an ancient evil that lurked in these woods, a shape-shifting entity known as a skinwalker. According to Native American legend, skinwalkers were powerful witches who could take on the form of any animal they chose, using their dark magic to hunt and torment their prey. The journal's author, one of the missing hikers, had become obsessed with the legend of the skinwalker. They had come to these woods seeking proof of its existence, hoping to capture evidence of the creature on film. But they had underestimated the skinwalker's power, and now they were paying the price. As I read on, I felt a growing sense of dread settle over me. The skinwalker was real, and it was here, in these woods, hunting me just as it had hunted the hikers. And now, trapped in this cabin, I realized that I was just as vulnerable as they had been. I set the journal down, my mind reeling with the implications of what I had just learned. I knew that I couldn't stay here, that the cabin was no longer a safe haven but a trap waiting to be sprung. But where could I go? The forest was vast and treacherous, and the skinwalker was out there, waiting for me. As I stood there, paralyzed by fear and indecision, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. It was the creaking of the cabin door, slowly swinging open to reveal the darkness beyond. And there, silhouetted against the moonlight, was a figure, tall and slender, with eyes that glowed like embers in the night. The skinwalker had found me. I froze, my breath catching in my throat as I stared at the figure in the doorway. The skinwalker had taken on a new form, one that was both familiar and utterly alien. It stood on two legs, its body lean and muscular, with elongated limbs that ended in wickedly sharp claws. But it was the face that truly horrified me, a twisted mashup of human and animal features, with a muzzle filled with jagged teeth and eyes that glowed with a malevolent intelligence. For a moment we simply stared at each other, the skinwalker and I, locked in a silent battle of wills. I could feel the weight of its gaze upon me, could sense the hunger and the malice that radiated from its very being. And then it spoke. "You cannot escape me," it said, its voice a guttural growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "I am the hunter, and you are my prey." I tried to speak, to scream, to do anything, but my voice was frozen in my throat. All I could do was watch as the skinwalker began to move, its body shifting and changing with each step. One moment, it was a hulking, bear-like creature, all fur and muscle and claws. The next, it was a sleek, serpentine beast, its scales glinting in the moonlight. And then it began to change again, its form morphing and twisting in ways that defied comprehension. But this time, the changes were different. The skinwalker's features began to shift and blur, taking on the appearance of someone I knew all too well, my own face. I stared in horror as the creature before me became a twisted mirror image of myself, its eyes gleaming with a malevolent hunger. It was a psychological warfare, a tactic designed to unsettle and demoralize me, and it was working. I could feel my sanity beginning to fray at the edges, could feel the tendrils of madness creeping into my mind. How could I fight against a creature that could take on any form, that could use my own face against me? How could I hope to survive against such a formidable and terrifying adversary? But even as despair threatened to overwhelm me, I felt a spark of defiance flare to life in my chest. I was a survivor, a fighter, and I would not go down without a battle. I had faced dangers before, had stared death in the face and emerged victorious, and I would do so again. With a roar of fury and determination, I launched myself at the skinwalker, my hunting knife gripped tightly in my hand. The creature met my charge with a snarl of its own, its claws slashing through the air as it sought to rend and tear. We clashed in a flurry of blows and counterblows, our bodies locked in a deadly dance of survival. I could feel the skinwalker's hot breath on my face, could smell the stench of decay and rot that emanated from its flesh, but I refused to let it win, refused to succumb to the fear and the despair that threatened to consume me. Again and again I lashed out with my knife, seeking any weak spot or vulnerability in the creature's ever-shifting form. But the skinwalker was fast and agile, its movements a blur of speed and ferocity. It seemed to anticipate my every attack, countering with a savage grace that left me battered and bleeding. But I would not yield. I had come too far, had faced too much, to let this creature claim me as its latest victim. And so I fought on, my muscles screaming with the effort, my heart pounding in my chest like a war drum. In the end, it was a lucky blow that saved me. My knife found a chink in the skinwalker's armor, a weak spot between its shifting forms. I drove the blade deep, feeling it sink into the creature's flesh with a sickening crunch. The skinwalker howled in pain and rage, its form shifting and writhing as it sought to escape the bite of my blade. But I held on, gritting my teeth against the agony that lanced through my own body. And then, with a final, shuddering gasp, the skinwalker fell still, its body reverting to its true form, a twisted, malformed thing, neither wholly human nor wholly beast. I stood over it, my chest heaving with exertion and adrenaline, hardly daring to believe that I had emerged victorious. But even as I savored my triumph, I knew that this was not the end. The skinwalker was dead, but its legacy would live on, whispered in the legends and folklore of the land. And I knew that I would never be the same, that the horrors I had witnessed would haunt me for the rest of my days. But for now, I was alive, and that was enough. I stumbled out of the cabin, my body battered and bruised, my mind reeling from the horrors I had just faced. The first light of dawn was creeping over the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. It was a beautiful sight, a stark contrast to the nightmare I had just endured. But even as I drank in the beauty of the sunrise, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was not yet safe. The skinwalker may have been vanquished, but the forest still held its secrets, its dangers. I had to keep moving, to put as much distance between myself and this cursed place as possible. I set off through the trees, my steps heavy and labored, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Every fiber of my being ached with exhaustion and pain, but I pushed on, driven by a primal need to survive, to escape. As I walked, my mind began to wander, replaying the events of the past few days in vivid, terrifying detail. I saw the missing hikers, their faces etched with fear and desperation. I saw the skinwalker, its form shifting and changing, its eyes glowing with malevolent hunger. And I saw myself, fighting for my life, my sanity, my very soul. I knew that I would never be the same, that the scars I bore were not just physical but emotional and psychological as well. The skinwalker had changed me, had forced me to confront the darkest depths of human fear and despair, and I knew that I would carry those scars with me for the rest of my life. But even as I grappled with the weight of my experiences, I couldn't help but feel a flicker of hope, of determination. I had survived, against all odds. I had faced the skinwalker and emerged victorious. And I knew that, whatever challenges lay ahead, I had the strength and the courage to overcome them. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, I finally emerged from the forest, stumbling onto a dirt road that led back to civilization. I flagged down a passing car, my voice hoarse and ragged as I pleaded for help. The driver took one look at me, at my torn and bloodied clothes, my haunted eyes, and knew that something terrible had happened. They called for help, for medical attention, for the authorities. And as I sat there wrapped in a blanket, my body shaking with exhaustion and relief, I knew that my ordeal was finally over. I had made it out alive, had escaped the clutches of the skinwalker and the horrors of the forest. But even as I savored my victory, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was not the end. The skinwalker may have been defeated, but there were other horrors out there, other nightmares waiting to be unleashed. And I knew that, as long as I lived, I would never be truly free of the skinwalker's legacy. Its memory would haunt me, would lurk in the shadows of my mind, waiting for the moment when I let my guard down. But for now, I was safe. I had survived, had emerged from the darkness and into the light. And that, in itself, was a kind of triumph. As I closed my eyes, feeling the warmth of the sun on my face, I whispered a silent prayer of thanks. I had been tested, had been pushed to the very limits of my endurance and sanity, but I had not broken. I was a survivor, and that was enough. I've always felt a deep connection to nature, especially the rugged beauty of northern Arizona. Growing up in Flagstaff, I spent countless weekends exploring the surrounding forests, canyons, and high desert landscapes with my family. Those early adventures instilled in me a profound respect for the wilderness and a desire to constantly push my limits as an outdoorsman. By the time I hit my mid-20s, I'd hiked most of the major trails in the region and even tackled sections of the Arizona Trail. But it wasn't until I met Orson that I truly began to appreciate the raw, untamed aspects of the backcountry. Orson and I crossed paths at a local gear shop where I was picking up supplies for a solo trip. He overheard me chatting with the clerk about my planned route and struck up a conversation. Tall and wiry, with sun-weathered skin and piercing green eyes, Orson had the look of someone who'd spent more time in the wilderness than in civilization. "You ever been out to the Navajo Nation lands?" he asked, a hint of challenge in his voice. I admitted I hadn't ventured much beyond the standard tourist spots like Canyon de Chelly. Orson's eyes lit up. "Man, you're missing out on some of the most incredible terrain in the Southwest. If you're up for a real adventure sometime, I know some spots that'll blow your mind." That chance encounter sparked a friendship that would change my life in ways I never could have imagined. Over the next few months, Orson and I began taking weekend trips together, gradually venturing into more remote and challenging areas. He seemed to have an uncanny knowledge of hidden canyons, unmarked trails, and secret water sources. "How'd you learn all this?" I asked him once as we sat around a campfire, the Milky Way stretching overhead in a dazzling band. Orson was quiet for a long moment, poking at the embers with a stick. "Let's just say I've had some unconventional teachers," he finally replied. There was an edge to his voice that discouraged further questions. As we spent more time in the backcountry, I began to notice other odd things about Orson. He had a habit of leaving small offerings, a pinch of tobacco, a brightly colored bead at certain spots along our routes. Sometimes I'd catch him murmuring what sounded like prayers or incantations in a language I didn't recognize. When I asked about these rituals, he'd brush off my questions with vague references to respecting the old ways. Despite the occasional strangeness, I couldn't deny that Orson was the most skilled outdoorsman I'd ever met. Under his guidance, my own abilities grew exponentially. We tackled increasingly ambitious routes, often going days without seeing another human being. I should have recognized the warning signs, the way animals would fall silent when Orson entered a clearing, the uneasy feeling that occasionally crept over me when we ventured into certain areas, as if we were trespassing in places humans weren't meant to go. But I was too caught up in the thrill of exploration, in pushing my perceived limits. Looking back now, I realize Orson had been testing me all along, gauging whether I was ready for what he had planned, and I, in my naive enthusiasm, walked right into the trap he'd set. If only I'd known then what horrors awaited us in the depths of Navajo country. If only I'd trusted my instincts and turned back when I had the chance. But hindsight, as they say, is 20/20, and some lessons can only be learned the hard way. It was a crisp autumn morning when Orson approached me with an idea that would change everything. We were at our favorite coffee shop in Flagstaff. the aroma of freshly roasted beans filling the air as we pored over maps spread across the table. "I think you're ready," Orson said, his finger tracing a remote section of the Navajo Nation. "There's a place I've been wanting to show you, but it's not for the faint of heart." My interest was immediately piqued. "What kind of place are we talking about?" Orson's eyes gleamed with a mixture of excitement and something else, apprehension, perhaps. "It's an ancient site, sacred to the Dene people. Most outsiders don't even know it exists." He went on to describe a multi-day trek that would take us deep into one of the most isolated parts of the reservation. The route involved slot canyons, exposed ridgelines, and long stretches without reliable water sources. It sounded challenging, even by our standards. "There's just one catch," Orson added, his voice lowering. "We need to time this trip carefully. There are certain times when it's safer to visit, and certain precautions we'll need to take." I raised an eyebrow, intrigued by his cryptic words. "What kind of precautions?" Orson hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "Let's just say that some of the old stories about these lands, they're not just stories. We need to show proper respect, follow certain protocols." Any other time I might have scoffed at such talk, but I'd spent enough time with Orson to know he wasn't one for baseless superstition. If he said we needed to take precautions, I was inclined to listen. We spent the next few weeks meticulously planning the trip. Orson insisted on some unusual additions to our gear: small pouches of herbs, specially blessed cornmeal, and curiously carved fetishes he said would offer protection. I went along with it, figuring it couldn't hurt to respect local customs. As the departure date drew near, I found myself growing increasingly excited, and, if I'm honest, a little nervous. There was an intensity to Orson's preparations that I hadn't seen before. He drilled me on emergency protocols, made me memorize certain phrases in Navajo, and gave me strict instructions about what to do if we encountered anyone, or anything, unusual on the trail. The night before we left, I had a vivid dream. I was wandering through a maze-like canyon, the walls seeming to shift and change around me. In the distance, I heard a sound that wasn't quite human, wasn't quite animal. I woke in a cold sweat, my heart racing. As I threw my pack into Orson's battered pickup truck the next morning, I briefly considered backing out, but the lure of adventure, of seeing a place few outsiders had ever witnessed, was too strong to resist. If only I'd listened to that nagging voice of caution. If only I'd asked more questions, pushed Orson for the full truth of what we might encounter. But I was young, confident in my skills, and naive to the true dangers that lurked in the wild places of the world. As we drove out of Flagstaff, the familiar peaks of the San Francisco Mountains receding in the rearview mirror, I had no idea that I was heading towards an encounter that would shatter my understanding of reality and test the very limits of my will to survive. The transition from the pine-covered slopes around Flagstaff to the stark beauty of the high desert was dramatic. As Orson's truck wound its way deeper into Navajo country, the landscape became increasingly rugged and desolate. Towering mesas and wind-carved hoodoos stood sentinel over vast stretches of sagebrush and juniper. We drove for hours, long past the point where pavement gave way to dirt roads. Finally, Orson pulled over at an unmarked turnoff. "This is it," he said, a note of reverence in his voice. "From here we go on foot." As we shouldered our packs and began the hike, I was struck by the profound silence of the place. No distant hum of traffic, no airplanes overhead, just the crunch of our boots on rocky soil and the occasional cry of a circling hawk. Orson set a grueling pace. We scrambled up steep talus slopes, squeezed through narrow slot canyons, and traversed exposed ridgelines where a single misstep could mean a fatal fall. Despite the physical demands, I found myself captivated by the raw beauty of our surroundings. Ancient petroglyphs adorned some of the canyon walls, hinting at the long history of human presence in these seemingly inhospitable lands. As the sun began to dip towards the horizon, Orson led us to a sheltered alcove for our first night's camp. While I set up the tent, he busied himself with one of his rituals, sprinkling cornmeal in a precise pattern around our site, and murmuring words I couldn't understand. "Is all this really necessary?" I asked, trying to keep my tone light. Orson fixed me with a serious look. More than you know. We're guests here, and not all the inhabitants are friendly to outsiders. Best to show respect and ask for safe passage. That night, as we sat around a small fire, Orson began to share some of the stories he'd learned about these lands. He spoke of skinwalkers, evil witches who could take on animal form, and other more obscure entities that were said to roam the desert. The way he told it, these weren't just campfire tales but warnings to be heeded. The Dene have lived here for countless generations, he explained. They've learned which places are safe for humans, and which should be left alone. We're heading into one of those borderlands, a place where the veil between worlds is thin. I listened with a mixture of fascination and skepticism. Part of me wanted to dismiss it all as superstition, but there was an earnestness to Orson's words that gave me pause. And in the deepening darkness, with unfamiliar stars wheeling overhead, it wasn't hard to imagine that we were indeed trespassing in a realm not meant for mortals. As I drifted off to sleep that night, I found myself straining to identify the sounds carrying on the night air. Was that just the wind sighing through the junipers, or something more? Were those distant coyote calls, or something mimicking them? Little did I know, those uneasy dreams were just a foreshadowing of the terrors to come. The next 2 days of our trek passed in a blur of physical exertion and breathtaking vistas. Orson pushed us hard, clearly anxious to reach our final destination. The landscape grew increasingly surreal, natural arches spanning impossibly wide chasms, balanced rocks defying gravity, and colors in the stone that seemed to shift with the changing light. On the afternoon of the third day, we entered a narrow canyon that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. The walls were so high and close together that they blocked out most of the sunlight, leaving us in a perpetual twilight. The air felt heavy, oppressive, as if the very rock around us was watching our passage. It was there that we made our first truly unsettling discovery. Rounding a bend in the canyon, we came upon a scene that stopped us in our tracks. A large boulder, split down the middle as if cleaved by a giant axe, stood before us. At its base lay the desiccated carcass of a coyote, but it wasn't the dead animal that caused my breath to catch in my throat. It was the way it had been arranged, positioned upright as if sitting on its haunches, front paws crossed over its chest in a disturbingly human pose. Stranger still were the objects carefully placed around it, feathers, small bones, and curiously shaped stones forming an intricate pattern. Orson sucked in a sharp breath. "We shouldn't be seeing this," he muttered, quickly pulling out a pouch of cornmeal. He scattered it in a circle around us, then gestured for me to back away. "Don't look at it too long. Don't touch anything." "What is it?" I asked, unable to tear my eyes from the macabre scene. "A warning, or a message. Either way, it's not meant for us." Orson's voice was tense, his usual confidence shaken. We made camp early that night, in a spot Orson deemed safer, though I noticed he took extra care with his protective rituals. As darkness fell, the sounds of the desert night seemed more menacing than before. Shadows danced at the edge of our firelight, taking on shapes that vanished when I tried to focus on them. Sleep, when it finally came, was filled with fragmented nightmares. I dreamed of running through endless canyons, pursued by something I couldn't see but could feel drawing ever closer. I woke several times, drenched in sweat despite the cool night air. The next morning dawned gray and overcast, unusual for the typically clear desert skies. As we broke camp, I noticed Orson scanning the canyon rims, his body tense as if expecting an attack at any moment. "Maybe we should turn back," I suggested, voicing the doubt that had been growing since our disturbing find the day before. Orson shook his head firmly. "We've come too far, and it might be more dangerous to turn around now. We just need to be careful, stay alert." As we shouldered our packs and set off, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. More than once I caught glimpses of movement from the corner of my eye, only to find nothing there when I turned to look. The canyons began to blend together, each twisted passageway looking eerily similar to the last. I found myself wondering if we were going in circles, trapped in some kind of natural maze. Orson assured me we were on the right track, but I could sense the uncertainty in his voice. It was late afternoon when we found the bone. I nearly stepped on it, half buried in the sandy soil of a dry wash. At first, I thought it was a piece of driftwood, bleached white by the sun. But as I bent to examine it, the unmistakable shape of a human femur emerged. Orson was at my side in an instant, his face pale. "Don't touch it," he warned, but it was too late. My fingers had already brushed the weathered surface. A jolt, like static electricity but far more intense, shot through my arm. For a split second I saw, or thought I saw, a figure standing on the canyon rim above us. Tall, impossibly thin, with eyes that glowed like embers in the fading light. Then it was gone. So quickly, I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. Almost. Orson grabbed my arm, his fingers digging in painfully. "We need to move, now." As we hurried through the gathering dusk, seeking a defensible place to make camp, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd crossed some invisible threshold. Whatever protections Orson's rituals had provided, whatever barriers separated our world from the realm of ancient horrors, they were crumbling. And in the deepening shadows of that alien landscape, something was stirring, awake, aware, and hungry for intruders foolish enough to walk willingly into its domain. That night was the longest of my life. We made camp in a small cave, more of a shallow overhang, really, that offered some protection from the wind that had begun to howl through the canyons. Orson insisted on forgoing a fire, not wanting to draw attention to our position. As we huddled in the darkness, sharing cold rations and speaking in hushed tones, Orson finally began to open up about the true nature of our journey. He spoke of ancient Navajo legends, of doorways between worlds that opened at certain times and in certain places. He talked about beings that straddled the line between flesh and spirit, neither fully human nor fully animal. "The skinwalkers are real," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "But they're not the only things out here. There are older entities, things that were here long before humans walked these lands. And sometimes they get hung." I wanted to dismiss it all as campfire stories, as the product of overtired minds in a harsh and unforgiving landscape. But after what I'd seen, or thought I'd seen on the canyon rim, I found myself believing every word. Sleep was impossible. Every gust of wind sounded like whispered voices, every shifting shadow a potential threat. I found myself straining to remember the protective phrases Orson had taught me, muttering them under my breath like a mantra. Just before dawn, when the sky was beginning to lighten to a deep indigo, we heard it, a sound that didn't belong in the natural world. It started as a low moan, almost subsonic, that I felt more than heard. It built in intensity, rising to a keening wail that set my teeth on edge and made my skin crawl. Orson was on his feet in an instant, pack already shouldered. "We need to move now." We scrambled out of our meager shelter and into the pre-dawn gloom. The strange cry had stopped, but the silence that followed was somehow worse. It felt expectant, as if the very air was holding its breath. We picked our way through the boulder-strewn landscape as quickly as we dared, Orson leading the way with a sureness I couldn't fathom in the dim light. Every so often he would stop and cock his head, listening for something I couldn't perceive. The sun had just crested the eastern horizon when we rounded a bend and saw it, a massive natural arch, spanning a deep chasm. Mist swirled in the depths below, obscuring the bottom. Orson let out a sound that was half laugh, half sob. We made it, the gateway. But even as relief flooded through me, I noticed something that made my heart sink. Dark shapes were moving in the mist, circling slowly as if waiting for something, or someone. Orson saw them too. His face hardened with determination. "We have to cross. It's the only way out." "Out of where?" I asked, my voice cracking with fear. He turned to me, his eyes filled with a mixture of regret and resolve. "I'm sorry. I should have told you everything from the beginning. But we're here now, and we have to see it through. Whatever happens, whatever you see, don't stop running until you reach the other side." Before I could respond, before I could demand the explanations I desperately needed, Orson was moving. He sprinted towards the arch, feet sure on the narrow natural bridge. I had no choice but to follow. The moment my foot touched the bridge, the world around me changed. The mist below surged upward, taking on shapes that defied description. Part animal, part human, but wrong in ways that made my mind recoil. The air filled with that terrible keening cry, drowning out my own panicked breaths. I ran, faster than I'd ever run in my life. My focus narrowed to the path in front of me and Orson's back just ahead. I didn't dare look down, didn't dare acknowledge the impossible things I glimpsed from the corner of my eye. We were halfway across when I heard Orson cry out. I looked up just in time to see him stumble, his foot catching on an unseen obstacle. For a heart-stopping moment, he teetered on the edge of the precipice. Then he was falling, plummeting into the mist-shrouded abyss below. I screamed his name, my voice lost in the otherworldly howls that filled the air. Every instinct told me to stop, to try to help him somehow. But Orson's final words echoed in my mind. Don't stop running until you reach the other side. So I ran, tears blurring my vision, lungs burning. I sprinted the final distance to solid ground. As my feet touched the far side of the bridge, the world snapped back into focus. The mist dissipated, the terrible cries faded, and I found myself standing on a sun-baked ridge overlooking a vast expanse of desert. I turned back, half expecting, hoping, to see Orson climbing up behind me. But the arch was gone. Where it had stood was nothing but unbroken cliff face, with no sign that a bridge had ever existed. I sank to my knees, overwhelmed by grief, confusion, and bone-deep exhaustion. What had just happened? What had Orson led us into? And how could I possibly find my way back to the world I knew? As the sun climbed higher in the sky, I knew I couldn't stay there. Whatever horrors lurked in this place, I had to keep moving. I had to find my way home, and somehow come to terms with the impossible things I'd witnessed. With a heavy heart and shaking legs, I shouldered my pack and began the long journey back to civilization. But as I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that my ordeal was far from over, that somehow, in crossing that otherworldly threshold, I had irreversibly changed, and that the things I'd glimpsed in the mist might not be content to let me go. The journey back was a nightmare of its own. Without Orson's guidance, I found myself hopelessly lost in the maze-like canyons. My water supply dwindled rapidly under the merciless desert sun, and I began to fear I would die of thirst before I could find my way out. On the third day after crossing the arch, delirious with dehydration and exhaustion, I stumbled upon a small seep spring tucked away in a shadowy alcove. The water tasted of minerals and had an odd, almost oily sheen to it, but I was too desperate to care. I drank deeply and refilled my canteen, silently thanking whatever desert spirits might be listening. That night, huddled in the meager shelter of a wind-carved overhang, I experienced the first of what would become recurring visions. In my feverish dreams, I saw Orson, or something wearing Orson's face. He stood at the edge of a great abyss, beckoning me forward with a twisted smile. When I approached, his features began to melt and shift, revealing something ancient and inhuman beneath the familiar facade. I woke with a strangled cry, my heart pounding. The dreams felt more real, more visceral than anything I'd experienced before. And though I tried to convince myself it was just my overtaxed mind playing tricks, a part of me knew better. Something had followed me back from that other place, some fragment of the entities we'd encountered, and it was hungry. Days blurred together as I pushed on, driven by a desperate need to escape the alien landscape that seemed to shift and change when I wasn't looking directly at it. More than once I found myself walking in circles, landmarks I thought I recognized revealing themselves to be cruel mirages. It was on the fifth day, or was it the sixth, that I heard the helicopter. The sound was so unexpected, so blessedly normal, that for a moment I thought I was hallucinating again. But as the chopper came into view, hovering over a nearby mesa, I realized it was real. Search and rescue had found me. As I was airlifted to safety, my relief was tempered by a gnawing dread. I knew that my ordeal wasn't truly over. The things I'd seen, the truths I'd glimpsed about the nature of reality, they would haunt me for the rest of my days. The official story was that Orson and I had gotten separated during a routine backcountry hike. Search and rescue teams scoured the area where I was found, but no trace of Orson was ever discovered. The authorities eventually concluded that he must have fallen into one of the many deep canyons that crisscrossed the region, his body lost to the unforgiving desert. I knew the truth was far stranger, far more terrifying, but I kept that knowledge to myself. Who would believe me? I could barely believe it myself, and I'd lived through it. The weeks and months that followed were a struggle to readjust to normal life. I was diagnosed with PTSD and severe dehydration. My wild tales of skinwalkers and other worldly entities dismissed as the product of a mind pushed to its limits by extreme circumstances. But even as I went through the motions of recovery, attending therapy sessions, reconnecting with friends and family, I knew that I had been fundamentally changed by my experience. The world felt different now. The boundaries between what was real and what was impossible no longer as clear-cut as they had once been. I found myself drawn to research, spending countless hours poring over Navajo legends and folklore from other indigenous cultures. I discovered that stories of skinwalkers and similar entities were far more widespread than I had realized, with variations appearing in traditions around the world. The more I read, the more convinced I became that what Orson and I had encountered was part of a reality far older and stranger than modern society was willing to acknowledge. Nights were the hardest. The dreams continued, growing more vivid and disturbing with each passing week. Sometimes I saw Orson, his form shifting between human and something other. Sometimes I found myself back on that impossible bridge, running from shapes I couldn't quite comprehend. And sometimes, most terrifyingly, I dreamed of something vast and ancient stirring in the depths of the desert, slowly becoming aware of my presence. I began to notice odd occurrences in my waking life as well. Shadows that moved when they shouldn't. Strange tracks in the dust outside my apartment. The unsettling feeling of being watched when I was alone. Slowly, inexorably, I came to a chilling realization. Whatever we had awakened out there in the wilderness, it hadn't stayed behind. Some part of it had followed me home. A year to the day after my rescue, I received a package. There was no return address, and the handwriting on the label was unfamiliar. Inside, wrapped in layers of cloth, was a small, intricately carved fetish, identical to the ones Orson had insisted we carry on our ill-fated journey. Attached was a note, written in a shaky hand. "It's not over. They're coming. Be ready." I spent that night sleepless, every creak of my apartment building setting my nerves on edge. As dawn broke, I came to a decision. I couldn't keep running, couldn't keep pretending that my life could ever go back to normal. It was time to face whatever was out there, to find answers to the questions that had plagued me for the past year. I packed a bag with supplies, making sure to include the fetish and the protective herbs Orson had taught me about. As I headed out, I left a letter for my family, explaining as best I could where I was going and why. I knew they might not understand, might think I'd lost my mind, but I owed them some kind of explanation. The drive back to Navajo country was surreal, memories of that fateful trip overlaying the familiar landscape. As I neared the area where Orson and I had begun our hike, I felt a shift in the air, a heaviness that seemed to press in from all sides. I parked at the same unmarked turnoff and set out on foot, retracing our steps as best I could remember. The canyon seemed to welcome me back, the wind whispering secrets just beyond my understanding. I walked for hours, losing track of time and direction, guided by some instinct I couldn't name. As the sun began to set, I found myself in a small box canyon I didn't recognize. The walls were covered in ancient petroglyphs, depicting figures that seemed to dance and shift in the fading light. At the far end stood a stone arch, smaller than the one Orson and I had crossed, but unmistakably similar. I knew then that I had reached my destination. Whatever answers I sought, whatever closure I needed, lay on the other side of that arch. As I approached, the air grew thick and heavy, charged with an energy I could almost taste. The fetish in my pocket grew warm, pulsing like a living thing. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for whatever lay ahead. Just as I reached the threshold of the arch, a figure stepped out of the shadows. For a moment my heart leapt. It was Orson, alive and whole. But as he turned to face me, I saw that his eyes were not his own. They glowed with an inner fire, ancient and inhuman. "You came back," the thing wearing Orson's face said, its voice a discordant blend of my friend's familiar tones and something altogether alien. "We've been waiting for you." I stood frozen, caught between terror and a perverse sense of relief at finally confronting the source of my nightmares. The entity that was and wasn't Orson extended a hand, beckoning me forward. "There's so much more to see," it said, its form beginning to shimmer and change. "So many truths to learn. Are you ready to truly open your eyes?" In that moment, standing on the precipice between the world I knew and one I could scarcely imagine, I faced a choice. I could turn back, return to a life haunted by half-glimpsed horrors and unanswered questions, or I could step forward into the unknown, embracing the terrible wonders that lay beyond. My decision would shape not only my own fate, but potentially the fate of two worlds. As the last light of day faded and the stars began to emerge in the desert sky, I took a deep breath and made my choice. The consequences of that choice, the revelations and terrors that followed, are a story for another time. But know this, the world is stranger and more wondrous than most dare to imagine, and in the shadowy borderlands between what is known and what is hidden, ancient powers still walk, waiting for those brave or foolish enough to seek them out. As I zipped up my backpack, filled with enough supplies for a week-long camping trip in the Navajo Nation's rugged backcountry, I couldn't shake the feeling that this excursion would be different from any I'd experienced before. My name is Alex, and I've always been drawn to the untamed wilderness, seeking solace in nature's embrace. But this time, something in the air felt charged, electric with anticipation or perhaps warning. The Navajo Reservation sprawled across the Four Corners region, a vast expanse of red rock canyons, pine-forested mountains, and sacred land steeped in ancient lore. I'd obtained the necessary permits and studied the approved hiking routes, determined to respect the land and its people. Yet as I shouldered my pack and locked my car at the trailhead, a chill ran down my spine despite the warm autumn sun. I set off down the well-worn path, boots crunching on gravel and pine needles. The scent of sage and juniper filled my nostrils, and the distant cry of a hawk echoed through the canyons. As I hiked deeper into the wilderness, the modern world fell away, replaced by a landscape that seemed unchanged for millennia. By late afternoon, I'd covered several miles and decided to make camp in a small clearing nestled between towering ponderosa pines. As I set up my tent and gathered firewood, the shadows lengthened, and an eerie stillness settled over the forest. The usual chorus of birdsong and rustling leaves had gone quiet, as if the very land was holding its breath. I cooked a simple meal over my campfire, watching as the flames cast dancing shadows on the surrounding trees. As night fell, a sliver of moon rose, bathing the landscape in pale silvery light. I should have felt at peace, but instead, unease gnawed at the pit of my stomach. Just as I was about to retreat to my tent, a twig snapped in the darkness beyond the firelight. I froze, straining my ears. Another crack, closer this time. My heart began to race as I peered into the gloom, searching for the source of the sound. Then I saw it, a pair of eyes reflecting the firelight too high off the ground to belong to any normal animal. They blinked once and vanished. I scrambled into my tent, zipping it shut as if the thin nylon could offer any real protection. Sleep eluded me that night, my mind racing with possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. Little did I know, this was only the beginning of a nightmare that would challenge everything I thought I knew about the natural world and the supernatural forces that lurked just beyond the veil of reality. Dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. I emerged from my tent, bleary-eyed and on edge after a restless night. The forest seemed normal in the light of day, birds chirping and small animals scurrying about their business. I tried to convince myself that the eyes I'd seen were just a figment of my imagination, a trick of shadow and firelight. As I broke camp and continued my hike, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every rustle in the underbrush, Every shadow that flickered at the corner of my vision set my nerves on edge. I pressed on, following the trail as it wound through a narrow canyon, red rock walls towering on either side. Midday found me resting beside a small stream, refilling my water bottles and stretching my tired muscles. As I sat on a sun-warmed boulder, letting the gentle burble of the water soothe my frayed nerves, an old man appeared on the path. He was clearly Navajo, his weathered face etched with the lines of a long life, his long silver hair tied back in a neat braid. "You shouldn't be out here alone," he said without preamble, his dark eyes studying me intently. I started, surprised by his sudden appearance. "I have a permit," I replied defensively. "I'm following all the guidelines for backcountry hiking." The old man shook his head slowly. "Some things can't be permitted. Some trails shouldn't be walked by outsiders." He paused, glancing around as if checking for eavesdroppers. "Have you seen anything unusual?" I hesitated, then found myself telling him about the eyes I'd glimpsed the night before. As I spoke, the old man's expression grew grave. "Listen carefully," he said, his voice low and urgent. "You've entered a place between worlds where the veil is thin. There are creatures here, ancient and powerful, that don't take kindly to trespassers." "What kind of creatures?" I asked, a chill creeping up my spine despite the warm sun. The old man's eyes met mine, and in them I saw a mixture of fear and resignation. "We call them Yinald Lushi, skinwalkers. They are witches who have forsaken their humanity, taking on the forms of animals to work their evil." I wanted to scoff, to dismiss his words as superstition, but the memory of those gleaming eyes in the darkness held my tongue. "How can I protect myself?" I asked instead. The old man reached into a pouch at his belt and withdrew a small object, a hand-carved fetish in the shape of a wolf, strung on a leather cord. "Wear this," he said, pressing it into my hand. "It may offer some protection, but the surest safety lies in leaving this place. Turn back while you still can." Before I could reply, he turned and walked away, disappearing around a bend in the canyon as suddenly as he had appeared. I stared at the fetish in my hand, its weight seeming far greater than its size would suggest. As I resumed my hike, the old man's warnings echoed in my mind. The rational part of me wanted to dismiss them as the ramblings of a superstitious elder, but a deeper instinct urged caution. I slipped the fetish around my neck, its presence both comforting and ominous. The rest of the day passed uneventfully, but as twilight approached and I made camp for the second night, the forest seemed to close in around me. The shadows grew longer, darker, and more menacing. As I huddled by my small fire, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there in the darkness, watching, waiting. Sleep, when it finally came, was filled with disjointed nightmares, flashes of teeth and claws, inhuman howls, and always, always those gleaming eyes boring into my soul. I awoke with a start, heart pounding, sweat beading on my forehead despite the cool night air. Something had pulled me from my uneasy slumber. A sound, barely perceptible but undeniably real. I lay still in my sleeping bag, ears straining in the darkness. There it was again, a soft scraping, like claws on bark, coming from just outside my tent. My fingers clutched the wolf fetish around my neck as I held my breath, willing whatever was out there to move on. A shadow fell across the tent wall, backlit by the dying embers of my fire. It was distinctly humanoid in shape, but too tall, too lean to be a normal person. As I watched in paralyzed horror, the shadow seemed to elongate, twisting into something no longer recognizably human. A low growl rumbled through the night, so deep I felt it in my bones rather than heard it. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the shadow vanished. The scraping sounds receded, fading into the distance, until all I could hear was the frantic pounding of my own heart. I didn't sleep again that night. As soon as the first gray light of dawn seeped through the trees, I emerged from my tent on shaky legs. The campsite looked undisturbed, but as I circled the perimeter, I froze in my tracks. There, in a patch of soft earth, was a footprint, if you could call it that. It was elongated, with sharp claw marks at the ends of distorted toes. It looked like a bizarre fusion of human and animal, too large for a wolf or coyote. but no human foot could have made that impression. My mind raced, trying to rationalize what I was seeing. Could it be a bear? A mountain lion? But I knew in my gut that this was something else entirely, something that shouldn't exist in the natural world. As I stared at the track, the old man's words came back to me. Ye Naldlushi, skinwalkers. I shuddered, the weight of the fetish around my neck suddenly oppressive. I broke camp in record time, my earlier plans of a leisurely week-long trek forgotten. All I wanted now was to get back to civilization, back to a world where monsters existed only in stories and on screens. But as I shouldered my pack and consulted my map, my heart sank. The quickest route back to my car was still a 2-day hike through increasingly rugged terrain. I took a deep breath, steeling my nerves. I could do this. I had to do this. I set off at a brisk pace, constantly scanning my surroundings. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves sent a jolt of adrenaline through my system. By midday, my nerves were frayed, and my muscles ached from the constant tension. As I paused to rest and eat a quick lunch, movement caught my eye. About 50 yards away, partially obscured by a stand of junipers, stood a coyote. But something was off. Its proportions were wrong, its limbs too long, its posture too erect. As I stared, it turned its head and met my gaze. Those eyes? They were the same ones I'd seen that first night, glowing in the firelight. They weren't the eyes of an animal, but something ancient, intelligent, and malevolent. A sound escaped its mouth, not the yip of a coyote, but a low, guttural laugh that was terrifyingly human. I scrambled to my feet, abandoning my half-eaten lunch, and ran. I crashed through underbrush, leapt over fallen logs, my pack bouncing painfully against my back. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs trembled, finally collapsing against a boulder, gasping for air. As my breathing slowed and my panic subsided, I realized I had a bigger problem. In my blind flight, I'd veered off the trail. I was lost in the wilderness, with dusk approaching and something inhuman on my trail. I pulled out my map and compass with shaking hands, trying to get my bearings. But as the shadows lengthened and an unnatural mist began to creep through the trees, I knew that this night would be a fight for survival, and quite possibly for my very soul. As twilight deepened into true night, an unnatural fog rolled through the forest, thick and cloying. It seemed to absorb sound and light, leaving me in a muffled gray world where distances became deceptive and familiar landmarks disappeared into the gloom. I had managed to find a small cave in the side of a rocky outcropping. Not much more than a shallow indent, really, but it felt safer than being fully exposed. I huddled there, my back pressed against the cold stone, straining my eyes and ears for any sign of pursuit. The mist swirled and eddied, taking on shapes that seemed almost deliberate, reaching tendrils, grasping claws, leering faces that formed and dissolved in the blink of an eye. I told myself it was just my frightened imagination playing tricks, but a deeper part of me knew better. This fog wasn't natural. It was a hunting ground, a veil between worlds where the skinwalker held sway. As if summoned by my thoughts, a howl pierced the night, a sound that started as a wolf's cry but twisted mid-note into something terrifyingly human. It was close, much too close. I pressed myself further into the meager shelter of the cave, one hand clutching the wolf fetish, the other wrapped around the handle of my hunting knife. Footsteps approached, slow and deliberate. Through the mist, a figure began to take shape. At first it looked like a man, tall and lean, but as it drew closer, its form seemed to shimmer and shift. One moment it was bipedal, the next it moved on all fours. Its proportions changed with each step. Limbs elongating, spine twisting, head reshaping itself from human to animal and back again. I held my breath, hoping against hope that it would pass me by. The figure paused, lifting its head to scent the air. Slowly, it turned toward my hiding place. Through the fog, I caught a glimpse of its face, a nightmarish blend of human and animal features, with eyes that glowed with an inner fire. It spoke then, in a voice that grated like stone on stone. "I smell your fear, little one. You don't belong here. This is my domain, my hunting ground. Did you think that trinket would protect you? I clutched the fetish tighter, my voice barely a whisper as I replied, "What do you want from me?" The creature's mouth stretched into a grotesque parody of a smile, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. "Want? I want what all predators want. The thrill of the chase, the taste of terror, the satisfaction of a successful hunt." It took a step closer, its form rippling and changing. "But you're different. I sense power in you, untapped potential. You could join us, you know. Shed your frail human form, embrace the night, become something more." For a moment, just a moment, I felt a pull, a seductive whisper of power and freedom. But then I thought of home, of my family and friends, of the life I'd left behind. I gripped the fetish so hard its edges bit into my palm. "Never," I spat, surprising myself with the vehemence in my voice. The skinwalker's eyes narrowed, and a low growl rumbled from its chest. "Then you've chosen to remain prey. Run, little one. Run as fast and as far as you can. It will make the hunt all the sweeter." With that, it melted back into the mist, its laughter echoing through the trees. I remained frozen in place for what felt like hours, afraid to move, afraid to even breathe too loudly. But as the eastern sky began to lighten, I knew I couldn't stay here. I had to move, had to find my way back to the trail, and ultimately to safety. As I cautiously emerged from my shelter, the mist began to dissipate, revealing a landscape transformed by night. Everywhere I looked, I saw signs of the skinwalker's presence. Claw marks on trees, tufts of fur that were neither fully animal nor human, tracks that shifted from paw prints to footprints and back again. I consulted my map and compass, plotted what I hoped was a course back to the main trail, and set off. But with each step I knew the skinwalker was out there, watching, waiting for night to fall again. And I knew that when darkness came, the real hunt would begin. As I pushed on through the day, trying to make up for lost time and find my way back to the marked trail, the weight of history and myth seemed to press in around me. Every rock formation, every ancient tree felt imbued with significance I couldn't quite grasp. Exhaustion and fear had heightened my senses to a fever pitch. Colors seemed more vivid, scents more potent. And as I walked, I began to hear whispers. At first I thought it was just the wind through the leaves or my own ragged breathing. But gradually the whispers coalesced into words, fragments of stories, warnings, laments. They spoke of ancient wars between tribes, of dark magic and terrible sacrifices. They told of the first skinwalkers, medicine men, and women who had twisted their healing arts to serve their own selfish ends, trading their humanity for power. I heard tales of entire villages wiped out in a single night, of children stolen from their beds, of a darkness that had haunted these lands for centuries. As the whispers grew louder, the landscape around me seemed to shift and change. One moment I was walking through the forest as it was, the next I was surrounded by the ghostly images of a past long gone. I saw native warriors locked in battle, their war cries echoing across time. I witnessed secret ceremonies in hidden caves, where aspiring skinwalkers performed unspeakable rites to gain their powers. Through it all, one name kept repeating, growing louder until it drowned out all other sounds. Nahukoji Hastian, Man who devours the stars. The visions crescendoed, and suddenly I found myself in the midst of a nightmarish scene. A village was burning, its inhabitants fleeing in terror as a monstrous figure loped between the flames. It was larger than any skinwalker I'd seen or imagined, its form a horrifying amalgamation of wolf, bear, and man. Its eyes blazed with an unholy fire as it snatched up fleeing villagers, consuming them whole. As quickly as it had appeared, the vision faded, leaving me gasping and disoriented. I stumbled, nearly falling, and found myself face to face with a weathered petroglyph carved into a red rock wall. The crude figure depicted matched the monster from my vision, Nahukoji Hastian, the most powerful and terrifying skinwalker of all. A chill ran down my spine as I realized the truth. I wasn't just being hunted by any skinwalker. I had stumbled into the territory of a legendary evil, a creature that had terrorized these lands for untold generations. As the sun began to dip toward the horizon, I redoubled my efforts to find the trail. The whispers faded, but the knowledge they had imparted weighed heavily on me. I was no longer just fighting for my own survival, but carrying the echoes of countless victims before me. Their stories, their warnings, their pain, all of it fueled my determination to survive and somehow put an end to this ancient evil. As night fell once more, I knew I couldn't keep running. The Skinwalker, Nahukkeshi Hastian, would never stop hunting me, and even if I managed to escape, how many more innocent lives would be lost to this monster? The whispers of the past had awakened something in me, a sense of responsibility I couldn't ignore. I found a defensible position, a small plateau with a clear view of the surrounding area. Instead of hiding, I built a fire, larger than was wise, a blazing beacon in the darkness. Then I sat, the wolf fetish in one hand, my knife in the other, and waited. I didn't have to wait long. The mist rolled in once more, but this time I was ready for it. I focused on the fetish, remembering the old man's words, drawing strength from the generations of Navajo who had fought against this evil before me. A howl split the night, closer than ever before. I stood, facing the direction of the sound. "I'm here," I shouted into the darkness. "Come and face me, Nahukkeshi Hastian. I'm not running anymore." The mist parted, and there it stood. The monster from my vision, even more terrifying in reality. It towered over me, its massive form rippling with barely contained power. Its eyes fixed on me, burning with hunger and hatred. "Brave little morsel," it growled, its voice like grinding boulders. "Do you think you can stand against me? Countless warriors have tried. Their bones litter my domain." I stood my ground, fear warring with determination. Maybe they stood alone. But I carry their stories, their strength. I won't let their sacrifices be in vain. The Skinwalker laughed, a sound that shook the very ground. "Pretty words. Let's see if they protect you from my claws and teeth." It lunged, faster than anything that size should move, but somehow I was faster. I dodged, the fetish in my hand growing warm. Was it my imagination, or was it glowing faintly? We danced a deadly dance, the Skinwalker's massive form twisting and changing as it attacked. One moment it had the head of a wolf, the next a bear's crushing paws. I dodged and weaved, the fetish growing hotter in my hand, seeming to guide my movements. As we fought, I began to understand. The Skinwalker's power came from fear, the fear of its victims, the fear it had instilled in these lands for generations, and while I was terrified, I was no longer letting that fear control me. "Your time is over, Nahukkeshi Hastian," I shouted, my voice stronger than I felt. "These lands don't belong to you anymore." The Skinwalker roared in fury, lunging at me with renewed ferocity. But in its anger, it grew careless. I saw an opening and took it, driving my knife deep into its side. The creature howled in pain and rage. Black, oily blood seeped from the wound. It staggered back, its form flickering like a bad transmission. "This isn't over," it snarled. "I am eternal. I am the night itself." But I could see the truth in its eyes. For the first time in centuries, Nahukkeshi Hastian knew fear. Before I could press my advantage, the Skinwalker melted into the mist, its howls fading into the distance. I stood there, breathing hard, hardly believing I had survived. As the adrenaline faded, exhaustion hit me like a truck. I barely managed to rekindle my fire before collapsing beside it, slipping into a deep, dreamless sleep. I awoke to the soft light of dawn filtering through the trees. For a moment, I lay there, disoriented, the events of the night before feeling like a distant nightmare. But the ache in my muscles and the dried blood on my knife told a different story. As I sat up, wincing at my various scrapes and bruises, I noticed something had changed. The air felt lighter, cleaner somehow. The oppressive atmosphere that had hung over the forest was gone, replaced by the normal sounds of birds and small animals going about their morning routines. I broke camp quickly, eager to find my way back to civilization. As I hiked, I remained alert, half expecting the Skinwalker to launch another attack. But the day passed uneventfully. the beauty of the wilderness slowly working its way back into my awareness. By mid-afternoon, I finally spotted a familiar landmark, a distinctive rock formation I recognized from my map. I was back on the main trail, and not far from the trailhead where I'd left my car. As I rounded a bend in the path, I nearly ran into someone coming the other way. It was the old Navajo man who had given me the fetish. He smiled at me, but it was a smile tinged with sadness and something else, respect perhaps. "You faced him," he said. It wasn't a question. I nodded, suddenly at a loss for words. How could I possibly explain what had happened? The old man's eyes crinkled at the corners. "You did well. Nahukoshi Hastian's power is broken. At least for now. It will be many years before he troubles these lands again." "But I didn't kill it," I protested. "It got away." "Some evils can't be killed, only pushed back," the old man replied. "What matters is that you stood against the darkness. You reminded it that there are still those who will fight." He reached out, gently taking the wolf fetish from around my neck. "This has served its purpose. I'll see that it's properly honored." As he turned to go, I called out, "Wait, who are you? How did you know about all this?" The old man paused, looking back at me with eyes that suddenly seemed ancient and unfathomably deep. "I am a guardian, one of many. We watch, we wait, we prepare others to face the darkness when it rises." His form shimmered slightly, reminding me of the skinwalker's transformations, but without the sense of wrongness. "Safe journey, brave one, and should you ever return to these lands, know that you walk among friends." With that, he disappeared around a bend in the trail. When I hurried after him, there was no sign of his passing. The final miles back to my car passed in a daze. My encounter with the skinwalker, the visions of the past, the mysterious old man, it all swirled in my mind, too fantastical to be real, yet impossible to dismiss. As I drove away from the Navajo lands, heading back toward the familiar comforts of home, I found myself grappling with everything I'd experienced. How could I possibly explain it to anyone? Who would believe me? But as the miles rolled by, I realized that maybe I didn't need anyone else to believe. I knew what had happened. I had faced an ancient evil, and against all odds, I had survived. More than that, I had struck a blow against a darkness that had plagued these lands for generations. The experience had changed me, opened my eyes to a world beyond the one I thought I knew. I found myself looking at the landscape differently, wondering what other secrets it held, what other guardians watched from the shadows. As I neared home, I made a decision. I would return someday, better prepared, with a deeper understanding of the lore and history of these lands. The skinwalker was wounded, but not destroyed, and if it ever rose again, I wanted to be ready. For now, though, I longed for the comfort of familiar surroundings. As I pulled into my driveway, the first stars appearing in the twilight sky, I felt a profound sense of gratitude. I had walked in two worlds and returned to tell the tale. I knew that my nights would be haunted for some time to come, filled with dreams of mist-shrouded forests and gleaming eyes in the darkness, but I also knew that I was stronger for having faced my fears, for having stood against an evil most could never imagine. As I unlocked my front door, I paused, looking back at the distant silhouette of mountains on the horizon. "Until we meet again," I whispered, "to the wind, to the ancient lands, to the guardians who walked unseen." Then I stepped inside, closing the door on one chapter of my life and opening another. The world was bigger, stranger, and more wondrous than I had ever imagined. And somewhere out there, in the wild places where few dare to tread, the eternal dance between light and darkness continued, waiting for those brave or foolish enough to join in.